You are watching Co-op for Two. It's Friday night, January 22nd, 2021. We're broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois. I'm Jesse Reichler. Greg has the day off. And today we're playing a quick game of 10-minute Ultimate Ellery Queen. Hold on a second. I should have turned my phone off. Greg says, check the box. There's no such game as 10-minute Ultimate Ellery Queen. Yeah, okay. So we're not playing 10-minute Ultimate Ellery Queen. We are playing probably a 6-hour game here called Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine game. So, I don't know if you're going to join us for the whole thing. It could go 5 hours, it could go 3 hours, could go 8 hours. However long it takes, we will be here for it. Okay, so let me show you what we've got and tell you a little bit about this game, because this is going to be an interesting experience. First of all, this is our second live stream. We've got the set up a little differently so I can see the comments quite large here, but we're still on a large delay. So I'm just going to, I get very annoyed watching streams where the people are constantly talking to the channel and the comments. So I'm going to try not to constantly be looking over there, but I just want to check and make sure that everyone can hear me and it's broadcasting. So there's a little bit of delay, but let me know in the YouTube chat if the audio and video is good. We'll just wait. We'll pause. We're not in any rush today. This is not quite where it should be. Hopefully you can hear me and you're not just watching the thing. AVS. Okay. So what are we doing today? We are playing a game from 1986. Called Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine game. Let me see if I can't give you a view of this game here. I've got everything set out. Here's the box. Here's the back of the box. Because this is a little bit of a historical thing, we're going to take some time to look at the components. So this was a game based on the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective system, which is quite famous and has gotten reprinted many times. And this is sort of the knockoff of that system that is widely regarded as inferior, which is why no one plays it, which is why there are no playthroughs on YouTube, as far as I can tell. So we're going to check it out, and we don't expect a great game here. We're not expecting to have our socks blown off with a mystery. But we are going to be traveling back in time and in space in several ways. We're going back to a game of 1986, which feels different than modern games. And we're going to travel back to 1986 New York City, where I grew up. And Zach, who's in the comments, grew up. So I'm excited about visiting some of these places in Manhattan. It's not even all of New York City. It's Manhattan specifically, where we grew up. So there are some areas that we've been to and we know. And we're going to see what this game is like. All right, so let's take a look at top down and let's look at the components. Here is the map of the game. Hopefully you can see. It's made up of these little pieces that go together. They're actually double-sided, so half the cases take place in Manhattan, and half the cases take place in this suburban fictional town. We're not interested in that. We want to play the New York ones. So you've got your map, and if you're not familiar with how the Sherlock Holmes style mystery goes, there are lots of little locations on this map, tiny little numbers, and you'll do a lot of reading. There'll be a lot of reading in this game, and then we'll go to places, and then we'll look up in the book what clue we get, what interaction we have at that location, and that'll advance the mystery along, and we'll try to solve the mystery at the end of the game. All right, so let's look at the rest of the components besides the box, which we can put back here. All right, we've got this giant full-page turn chart, which serves no other purpose than keeping track of how many turns we take, which in and of itself has almost no value whatsoever. Occasionally something will happen at a certain turn, but really not. So it's not that important. You can see it can go up to 144 turns. So if you want to spend 3 days doing it. So I don't even know if we'll keep this in front of us the whole time. We may get rid of it if it takes up too much space. Then we've got the basic rules and the advanced rules. Now, advanced rules is not really the right term for this booklet. This tells you basically how to play, which is basically you read the introduction, you decide to go to a place, you look up a clue on your turn. You can either look up 2 clues in the neighborhood you're in, or move 1 neighborhood away and look up a clue, or move 2 neighborhoods away and end your turn. Not very relevant if you're playing solo, but if you're playing with multiple players, then it sort of makes you waste your turn moving around. There are some little tweaks over Sherlock Holmes that are a little bit different. You'll pick a character here. You can see we can pick one of these characters, and each character has a certain expertise and certain context, which might give you some extra information if you're in a specific place. So if your person is a finance expert, when you go to the bank might be able to look up something a little more for you. But this is a very primitive game. It's a paragraph game, so there's not too much complexity going on. So that's the basic way to play. Now the advanced rules are really just a half a page of advanced rules, and then a whole set of pages on how to make your own adventure using the system, which it doesn't look like, unfortunately, anyone got around to doing. The sort of advanced rules tell you how to play competitively with a couple people, so you can basically block them from getting a clue. It's interesting to see the connections between this game and a game called Detective City of Angels, which we did a playthrough. It isn't posted yet. So maybe when we do a roundup of all the detective games, we'll get back to that. But we don't need the advanced rules for now. Okay, then we've got some interesting things. Let's go back to the top-down view. So we've got our characters, as we said, and this just gives us a little narrative background. We're going to pick one of these people, although I reserve the right to call in another one if there's some extra information, an extra contact or expertise. So I think we take Ellery Queen, who I'll tell you a little bit about the history of Ellery Queen in a moment. But each of the different characters are probably characters from Ellery Queen Mysteries, and they all have a little backstory. And the only thing that's different is they have some expertise and some context, again, which would let you unlock certain paragraphs in certain rare cases. So we're going to take Ellery Queen, which I will read you his backstory in a minute. Then we've got these 2 fascinating booklets here. Now, they're to match the side of the board, so we don't need the Bromley Station one, although I will show you. This is the fictional one. So here are the photos of these imaginary people, and these are going to be the people who helped design the game. I believe if you look at the cases, this is a little bit of history you probably don't care about, but if you look at the beginning of the case books, it tells you who wrote them. Laird Brownlee, Jerry O'Malley, William Fawcett, Jody Lynn Nye. These are people that were involved in Mayfair Games, which was the original publisher, which produced lots of board games, but then sold themselves to Asmodee. And I don't know which one is which, but anyway. But we don't need the Brownlee Station book because we're playing in Manhattan. So we'll just put that aside. Now, if you look at this book here, New York Detective's Guide, it's a pretty thick book here. And what it is, it's actually doesn't have any clues in it. It's got each neighborhood of New York City, each neighborhood of Manhattan at least. So it starts out with Whitehall, which is all the way downtown. And then Wall Street as we move up. And then the Civic Center, Jacob Javits and stuff. Then we've got Chinatown, the Bowery and Little Italy. Soho, where Zach and I grew up. And so let's just take a look at the Soho section here. So what it has is a little introduction, description of the history of Soho. So I'll read it to you. Several New York neighborhoods once had the word hell in their nicknames. Lower Broadway and Soho were no exception. In this case, the sobriquet was Hell's 100 Acres, which name was derived from the fact that dozens of warehouses in the area were jammed to the rafters with flammable goods that caught fire regularly. This unfortunate circumstance was a contributing factor in the development of America's greatest contribution to 19th century architecture, cast iron buildings, which I grew up in one. Cast iron structures could support heavy upper stories with less load-bearing walls than wood or stone frames, were lighter and cheaper than stone, and they could be erected easily from standardized components that still permitted a large diversity of design elements. Therefore, these neighborhoods have as many Italian Renaissance, French Second Empire, and ancient Greek facades as one is likely to find anywhere in the city. The building boom did not last, however. By the 1880s, cast iron was passed over as a building medium in favor of structural steel. Artists of the 1950s, disgruntled with the skyrocketing rents in fashionable Greenwich Village area, began moving into the area. That's how my parents moved in and Zach's parents moved in. The disused factories and warehouses needed new plumbing or electrical work, but they were spacious enough to house large paintings and sculptures, and the rents were reasonable. In no time at all, art speculators appeared in the artists' wake, bringing galleries and tourists and money. Yes, they did. Real estate prices moved inexorably upward. Soon the working artists had difficulty affording the smart restaurants and boutiques that dotted the streets. Today, the rights of artists to affordable working living space are protected. Prospective tenants are screened, and they must be able to prove artistic inclinations to rent loft spaces in the area. I don't think that's true anymore. It was in the 80s, though. These neighborhoods have an abundance of galleries and avant-garde fashion designers. The Franklin Furnace on Franklin Street houses an archive of bookworks and provides space for performance art. The Museum of Holography, Zach will remember this because we used to go in there occasionally. It always seemed odd that there was a museum for holography, but it's there. So the Museum of Holography on Mercer Street shows laser-produced three-dimensional photographic images. So that's what this book is. It's a little history, but then for all the locations you can visit in Soho, and it looks like there are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There are 11 places with numbers that you could visit, and they're listed here. So you can go to the Soho Repertory Theater, Broome Street Bar, Museum of Holography, which I think we're going to go to just to see what's there, because I'm curious. Performing Garage Center, and then there's some areas in Lower Broadway, the New York Telephone Company, AT&T Long Lines Building, a very cool building. You can go to the Holland Tunnel. Okay, so it tells you what numbers correspond to what, and then gives you a little background on them. So it says the Soho Repertory Theater. This weekend theatrical group contributes significantly to Soho's theatrical acclaim. Of the Holland Tunnel, it says, this tunnel connecting Manhattan with New Jersey was the first underwater vehicular tunnel in the world. Its 8,558-foot north tube and its 8,371-foot south tube are each ventilated by 42 enormous fans. Okay, so this gives you a feel for what this game is about. It's putting you in the world of 1985 Manhattan. And that's most of what we're going to get out of this game. There is going to be a mystery. We're going to try to solve it, but mostly we're just going to try to drench ourselves in the atmosphere of this time and place and try to enjoy it and take our time. So we may need to consult these locations. If there's a clue that tells us some person was an actor and they were going down for a performance, then we might try to find a location that they might have gone to if we know where they were. Often the clue will tell us exactly where they went, but sometimes we have to use some deduction and say, well, if they went in this area, this might have been where they went. Or occasionally, like in Sherlock Holmes, if you know that your murderer bought some drugs, then maybe you'll look for drugstores in the area, etc. So that's all this book is. Very cool little places in New York City that we could go to. Central Park, Upper West Side, Upper East Side. Now, I didn't spend much time on the Lower East Side, but I spent quite a bit of time in Soho and Midtown and working up to the Upper West Side where my best friend in high school, Robert Burton, lived. He lived on 70th Street and Broadway, right up in here somewhere. So we're going to get to visit some of these places from our youth. And that's what the New York Detective's Guide is. The last thing that we have is this little case book. So it's got 4 or 5 cases in this game. We're going to play the first case, which is called His Last Book. This will have an introduction. And then this game does something that it's not clear why it does, and it's going to make it a little painful to do, which is in normal Sherlock Holmes, when you want to, each case has its own little booklet. And when you look up a clue, you look up the number in that booklet. In this game, all of the clues are combined, and it's a 2-part process for looking up a clue, which is it's a little convoluted and annoying. So if we wanted to go to a place, we will first look it up in this chart specific to our case. That will give us a number to look up in the generic clue index, which will tell us a number to look up in the book. There's going to be a lot of reading in this game, and this would be a good time to remind you what this channel is about, which is basically, it's not about entertaining you. This is more about keeping you company while you try to drift off to sleep if you have insomnia. So, settle in, take your sleeping pills, relax, and we'll be talking for many hours now. Jesse, no giving out people's address. Well, Rob doesn't live there anymore, so it's okay. Okay, so are we ready to get started? Does everyone want to? We'll be taking breaks every hour or two. And let's see, I do have a little, let's put away the things we don't need. Everyone can get settled. I'm going to bring this, I have a laptop over here with a bigger picture of the map if we do want to go to it. No, that's not the laptop tablet. Here we go. So if we want to take a bigger picture of this map, bigger look. So there's Soho. I do have a pen here too. We could actually write on it. There's Soho, where I grew up. And let's see, I'm not sure how we get, okay, there we go. I can get rid of it. So there's Soho, and then you walk uptown, and then you get to Central Park, and the Upper West Side's over here somewhere. And then above Central Park would be the Bronx and stuff, and Harlem. But this game does not cover those areas. Okay, so if we want to go here, if I have time seeing the map, I may switch over to the laptop. All right, let's read about Ellery Queen, and then I will read you the introduction to this case, which is long. So let's read about Ellery Queen. This is the character we're playing, and I don't know if you can see it. This game, has some issues, and one of the issues is it's very hard to read their skills and abilities. So hopefully, if I miss one, I'm going to read you them, and then if I miss one, you can speak out. Oh, all right. So before I read who Ellery Queen is, let me give you a little bit of history of Ellery Queen, as far as I can remember. Remember back. When I say remember, I mean remember back a half hour to Wikipedia. So Ellery Queen was the pseudonym of a couple writers, maybe cousins, who wrote mystery novels under the pseudonym of Ellery Queen, and then starring a character, a detective named Ellery Queen. This was in the 20s, 29 or so. And they wrote some very, very popular novels that were hugely popular in the US from 29 to 70 or something like that for 50 years. Somewhere in there, 29 to 50. And they were novels where you would try to figure it out while you read, right? Like the clues were being given to you. As the detective in the novel gets the clues, you get them too, and you try to figure them out ahead of time. And then they went on to make a magazine called Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine, which is still going. I think they went from in the 70s they started, or 40s, 70s or 40s, and are still going today. And you would read mysteries and try to solve them. So it's kind of a piece of, we're deep in history here. We're in the history of this game, which is the history of this detective novel, which is now forgotten, and now we're going to the 1980s New York City, which is forgotten. So it's kind of exciting. All right, so Ellery Queen, who is the star of these novels and the star of that's who we're playing. All right, are you ready? Does everyone need a break? You want to go? This would be a good time to go take a break and get a drink. Here we go. Ellery Queen is very well suited by temperament, inclination, and family ties to be an amateur sleuth. His father, Inspector Richard Queen of the New York Police Department, has not always been overly enthusiastic about his gifted son's intervention. To be sure, in his younger days, Ellery styled himself an aristocrat. I can't read this through here. An aristocratic crime. At the time, he affected a pince nez. Those are the glasses that don't have, that just rest on your nose, and a walking stick. It was Ellery's assumption of superiority, however, that raised the ire of policemen and suspects alike. Now that he has matured a bit, Ellery no longer feels the need to use props or assume airs. He has even been known to smile on occasion. So I gather he was a little pretentious, a little bit of a Harvard-educated, above it all. Okay, so that's who we are. We're an amateur sleuth. Father's a detective. All right, so it tells us our physical statistics. We're 31 years old, 6 foot tall, 178 pounds, all irrelevant to our work. But again, this game's all about flavor and narrative. Really, that's what you should have in mind. We are going to hear a story that we're going to be slightly involved with in trying to solve. All right, so here are his contacts. Remember this, because if we go to any of these places, we'll be able to get extra information. He's got some contacts at the Wall Street Journal, which is 17. It's going to be down somewhere in Wall Street. He's got contacts at the U.S. Federal Building, which is 26, which is somewhere in the same area, presumably. Oh, yeah, let me show you this. So let's go top down for a second. So this is not Brooklyn. This is actually a blow-up of this downtown Civic Center. So actually 26 is over here on Broadway and Worth Street, so it's downtown. He's also got a contact at the Mysterious Bookshop, which is 136, which looks like it's around here somewhere, Midtown. And at the 21 Club, which is 146, which is up here again somewhere. And that's it for his contacts in Manhattan. And his areas of expertise are commerce, finance, and government. Okay, so if we need to look up something there. Now, I'm tempted, because I want to go visit where we grew up, I'm tempted to have like a partner who knows a little bit about theater. So I'm just gonna put this guy on retainer, Ken Burke. Ken Burke is going on retainer. If we need some expertise in theater, we might just call him in. That's not part of the official rules. That's just how we're going to do it, because it's not important. And our detectives guide, I should say, in addition to all these areas organized by neighborhood, this is very similar to Sherlock Holmes, also has the areas organized in an index in different ways. So here they are organized by expertise. So we know we're an expert in commerce. We could look up in the back of the book, here are all these places that handle commerce. So if we had a story that told us someone was a diplomat, we could look up here, diplomacy, and look up here the different places in Manhattan that deal with diplomacy. Here's a bunch of places, cuisine. Let me just read you some of these in case you recognize them. There's the Carnegie Deli, the Russian Tea Room, the 21 Club, Sardi's, Tavern on the Green, West Cirque, Elaine's. Okay, so all these famous places. There's Macy's. In fact, there's Macy's Gimbals. Doesn't exist anymore. Tiffany, Cartier, Bloomingdale's, gone also. You can go to all the art museums, Museum of Modern Art, Metropolitan Museum of Art, the Natural History Museum, the Frick Collection. So very cool. We may just want to go to those places just to see if it says anything interesting about them. And then it's also organized by number. So if we want to know what number is 55, we can look it up and it'll tell us exactly where it is. So by location, by type, by number. Okay. Before we read the introduction, this is a long warm-up. In Sherlock Holmes, which predates this by many years, the Sherlock Holmes system, which seems cleaner and more elegant, but in Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, which has spawned lots of expansions that are down there, the way you solve the case is you decide when you think you've figured it out enough, and then you turn to the end and you get some questions, and if you answer them correctly, you've solved it. The description of this game is when you think you've solved it completely, then you just go read the answer, and if you were wrong about something, then you're wrong. But this isn't about solving it. This is about living and embracing the narrative time travel that we're going to engage in. All right, so here's what we'll do. I will read this little introduction, and then we will take a 5-minute break, and then I'll read you the bigger introduction. It's lots of reading, so settle in. Okay, here's the introduction to this case called His Last Book. Ellery was relaxing with Don Carston's new spy thriller, Death in Paris, when he got the call from Don's wife, Lynn. Lynn Castle was an old friend and a successful author herself. Death in Paris turned out to be a mediocre melodrama. It lacked the verve and suspense of Don's first novel. Besides, Ellery thought the hero, a CIA agent, could have solved the mystery 7 chapters earlier unless he was hopelessly obtuse. As a mystery author, Ellery felt more than a little cheated by Don's book. He was going to offer Lynn a little free literary criticism to pass on to Don until he caught the emotion in Lynn's voice. "Don's dead," she began in a monotone. "What? Where are you?" I guess that wasn't really a monotone. "What? Where are you?" Ellery asked, hearing voices in the background. "At the apartment. Can you come over? I'm sure one of the detectives thinks I did it." Lynn's voice cracked. The mystery author could hear her muffled sobs in the pause that followed. "I'll be right there." Ellery tried to organize what he knew about Don Carston's and Lynn Castle. Ellery and Lynn had been friends since they were in their teens. Their fathers were both interested in police science. When the two men got together to talk, the children were left to amuse themselves. Both Ellery and Lynn had lost their mothers, but they had little else in common. At first, Ellery thought she was an incredible nuisance. Just as he was beginning to notice that Lynn was growing up, she and her father joined the exodus to Connecticut. A few years later, her father died. In the past few years, they met infrequently at various social functions for an occasional lunch, if Lynn was in Manhattan to see her publisher. Ellery was a guest at Don and Lynn's wedding about 3 years ago. Pat, Don's first wife, came out of hiding for the occasion to make a scene. According to Don, Pat was a sharp-tongued woman with too many opinions. She made no bones about her bitterness over the breakup or her dislike for Don and Lynn, who she felt was a homewrecker. Pat's vindictiveness, it seems, knew no bounds. She even made a habit of showing up at mystery conventions, hoping to embarrass Don by her presence. By comparison, Lynn, who had led a sheltered life, seemed almost too innocent. Ellery suspected that her naivete was one of the things that attracted Don to her. Even before he became a successful author and a minor cult figure with his Ty Linnell novels, Don developed quite a reputation as a womanizer. Ellery could vaguely recall some gossip at the club about Don and some of the younger wives. When Lynn wasn't around, Don certainly laid on the charm for all the ladies. Aside from this reputation, Ellery realized he didn't know much about Don's life before he married Lynn. The topic had never been discussed. Don made it as an author about 5 years ago with his first Ty Linnell master spy novel, French Kiss. Don's novels were set in exotic European cities, and they delivered a lot of action. Ellery found the novels relaxing to read because they were so far-fetched and so different from his own style of mysteries. Now Lynn was gaining recognition as the author of several moderately successful Gothic romances. Her sales were not as phenomenal as French Kiss or even Don's later novels, but they were steady. Ellery dutifully read one of her earlier novels. Although he found it well written, he had trouble maintaining an interest in the heroine's plight. Ellery changed from his lounging jacket and hurried down the stairs to search for an empty cab. The Carstens Castle residence is on the Upper West Side, number 183. So really, we got a little background story, but we only were told about the novels, but we were given one location to go on. Our guy Ellery is going to their location at 183. So I'm going to write down 183. That's the location. If you want to keep track of things, which I could use the help keeping track, this would be a good time to get in pen and paper so you can help keep track of the notes. So the first place we're going to go is we're going to go to their residence on the Upper West Side at 183. But first, after all this, we're going to take a little break. When we get back, though, I peeked ahead to this first clue. There's like a full page of text. So more than we've just read here, we get a second little introduction. So this would be a good time. Go get yourself a mug of tea. We're going to take a 5-minute break, which will just sit here like this. And Okay, we are back. Hopefully the audio is coming through loud and clear. All right, so we're going to take our first turn here. And actually, let me first bring out these. So we've got these little metal cubes from Board Game Geek that we use in most of the games we play to keep track of things. So we're going to, when we get a clue of the location, we're going to write it down, but we're also going to mark it with a cube. So let's mark 183, which I will put at 183, which looks like it's here on the Upper West Side. Let's show you that here. So I'm going to mark it as green. I know you're going to have a little hard time seeing this board. Maybe in future we'll get the ability to zoom in as we play. But for now, so I don't think the game tells you where you start. So we're just going to assume that our turn one is going to be for him to hop on a cab and get over there. So we'll keep track of our turn one here for now. And we're going to go over to 183. Now, so let's show you how you would do this in the game. And it's good. It will remind me of something here. So if we switch to the top down, you can see here's the case we just read. Here's the matrix we're going to use to look up locations. So if we travel to 183, it's going to be here. And if you look up 183, it says to look up clue 12. But it's actually not clue 12. It tells us to look it up 12 here. So we look up 12 here. 12 says NC, no clue. But it has a little footnote that you need a super magnifying glass to see. So I've written it in here as footnote 4. If we look at footnote 4, it says read clue index number 119 if at location 183. But that's actually a well-known typo. First case, first clue typo. This may give you some little clue as to why this game is not really played, or why no one actually remembers it. So there's a little bit of a typo. But so we look up 183. 183 points us to 12. 12 points us to no clue with a footnote that says go to 119, which really says go to 145. So we're going to go to 145. And thank you to the Board Game Geek forum for pointing out that typo. And I should say, you know, that's part of the bargain we're making with this, playing with a game from '86 that hasn't been all that well received, is that, you know, we're expecting some mistakes. If we do, we'll work our way around it. No big deal, right? Now, I do want to remind us, hopefully in fact, let's put little reminders here. This says there are certain clues that happen at certain times. So I'm going to make a little mark here. At turn 2, we have something. Then at turn 4, we have something. Then at turn 10, we have something that happens. And turn 18, something that happens. This is just a number. So if I forget to move this, please, you can't really see that. Let's trace a different color. So if I forget to do one of these, please remind me. And this could be something like you lose the case or someone dies. So when we hit those turns, I don't know, it doesn't say whether they should be at the start of the turn, at the end of the turn. So let's read it at the start of the turn. All right, so there we are. We're going to her location where she's called us from. Yes, exactly. Zach says pre-phone apps. You can see why we're a little Android app. They wouldn't have even dreamed of an Android app back then. Okay, so we've arrived. Knock, 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 knock. And a cat has arrived too. Okay, Sarah, very cute, but that's not for you. All right, so we've arrived at the Karsten's house on the Upper West Side. Let's read. So settle in. When the cab arrived in front of the Upper West Side condo on Sherman Square, let me just show you what you're in for. This is the text we are now going to read. Okay? just to give you some idea of what you're in for. So lots of little clues are going to be in here. So, you know, if you've got your pen and paper, now is the time. All right, we've got a little photo bomb from the cat. All right, there's nothing exciting up here, Sarah. All right, Sarah, but for real. Okay, here we go. So when the cab arrived in front of the Upper West Side condo on Sherman Square, Ellery saw several police cars and an ambulance. The apartment was on the 14th floor. Ellery had some difficulty getting past the uniformed officer in the hall until Lynn tore herself free from a young detective in a cheap blue suit and rushed over. "Thank God you're here, Ellery," she blurted out as she pulled him aside. "I can tell that young detective thinks I did it," she said in a low voice. "But I love Don." "Tell me what happened," Ellery said, putting his hand on her shoulder. The police detective, a young man who had somehow managed to wrinkle his polyester suit, looked agitated. He strained to hear the conversation and seemed on the brink of walking over. Ellery steered Lynn a few feet further away and encouraged her to talk, feeling helpless to console his childhood friend. Slowly, tearfully, Lynn related the night's events. She and her agent, Sarah Harris, decided to catch a movie near Sarah's office to celebrate the sale of Lynn's new book. So let's stop for a second here. I hope someone in the chat is keeping notes, because that would be wonderful. But this, just as a little aside here, so she said that they decided to catch a movie near her office, right? So, like, we might check that alibi. We might, like, if we doubt her, if we found where her office is, we could find the movie theater nearby. We might want to check out if she's lied about what she saw. All right, but we've got Sarah Harris, okay, who is her agent, to celebrate the sale of Lynn's new book. Lynn returned home late. When she got to her door, she found it wasn't locked. When she entered, she found the front room all torn up. There were cushions on the floor, the shelves were emptied, and manuscripts were scattered everywhere. Since she hadn't called to tell him that she would be late, Lynn assumed that Don made the mess during one of his temper tantrums. The room Don used as his office also was littered, something he would never do. Then she saw the body. Don was sprawled across the Apple computer he used as a word processor. The computer was still on, but the monitor and drives had been knocked to the floor, and all the cables were pulled out. Welcome to 1980s. The drives were their own little boxes, at least for the Apple. At this point, the young detective gathered his nerve and sauntered over. "Who are you?" he demanded, thrusting his head forward. "He's Ellery Queen, a friend," Lynn explained. The young officer opened his mouth to comment, but closed it again as a second, older detective entered the room. Judging by the flash of the crime lab camera, the second officer was coming from Don's office, the murder scene. The second detective was Giles Lawrence. So we've got a new person, Giles Lawrence. Lawrence, a 10-year veteran in homicide, knew Ellery's dad. Several years ago, about the time Giles was promoted out of uniform, Ellery's father helped the detective on a case. They were successful on one of Lawrence's first murder cases due mostly to Giles' intelligence. The hearty greeting that followed and the evident dismay of the younger policeman warmed the cockles of Ellery's heart. Lawrence pulled the other detective aside for a moment, and the young man stalked out. Ellery smiled at him as he left. "Don't let Walter upset you," Lawrence commented as he led Ellery into the study. "He's still wet behind the ears. He sees victims in every corner. I take it you knew the deceased?" "Only slightly," Ellery admitted. "His wife is an old family friend." "She's the prime suspect," the older detective warned. "Neighbors heard them arguing about an hour before she claims to have returned and found the body." The office was still torn apart. Don's body was still sprawled over the computer. The monitor and separate disk drives had been pushed off the stand when Don fell across it, shutting down the system. "Looks like he tried to write a message on the computer," the detective commented. "Pity it shut itself off like that." The cause of Don's death was apparent, a large dagger sticking out his back. Judging by the ornate handle, it likely came from Don's collection of bladed weapons. A quick check with Lynn revealed that several other daggers were apparently missing as well. Missing daggers. Don, Ellery remembered, was a fencer. He was fascinated by any weapon with a blade, and he lost no opportunity to show off his collection. The first time Ellery visited Lynn and Don after her marriage to Don, he had been given a rather tedious tour of the weapons collection. "Looks like we've got a robbery and a panicky criminal," Lawrence commented, as the police photographer finished and they carried the body out. "That or his wife did him in," he added, hesitantly watching Ellery's reaction. "Are you charging her?" Ellery asked, with more edge to his voice than he wanted. "No, but Walter is hot to turn this into a big case. You know, Playboy mystery author murdered by wife. A case like that can make a young detective's career for him. Sex, scandal, it's good copy for the Daily News." New York City newspaper. "Me, I'm going to look for a burglar. I assume you'll be involved in this one, so let's keep each other informed." In a surprisingly short time, the body was hauled away. The apartment was locked and Lynn was installed in a nearby hotel. "Ellery, that wasn't done by any burglar," she began. "Don has been scared for weeks, almost to the point of being paranoid. Last week he practically barricaded himself in the apartment." "Any idea why?" Ellery asked. "He wouldn't tell me. He wouldn't talk about it any more than he would talk about his life before we met. He avoided the topic. Don was a great talker. I think it may be something to do with his next book. He had a lot riding on that book. His sales might have been slumping. He blamed it on his agent, the publisher, everyone but himself. He's been hell to live with for months. He was counting on this next book to put him back on top." "What was so special about this next book?" "I'm not sure. He was terribly secretive about it. He told me once that it was different from anything he ever wrote. He said this book would really show all the critics who said his plots were too unbelievable." So it sounds like maybe it was nonfiction. "Then yesterday he came home upset and wouldn't talk about it." "I see. How is the security in your building?" "Okay. Cameras on the door and a buzzer from each apartment. No doorman, but a security guard on call for the block. One of those special agency arrangements. You have to buzz a visitor in twice. Once at the main door and once to get onto the floor." So like buzz them in to the elevator to let them in on the floor. So someone got in somehow. "Did the police find any signs of a forced entry?" "No, nothing. Just the mess and Don's body." Finally, Lynn broke down. It was nearly a half hour before she could talk again. Ellery felt uncomfortable and offered to come back the next morning, but she said she still wanted to talk. For a while, she just babbled on the edge of shock. After that, she spoke quite calmly about Don's affairs, business, and romance. Ellery had her write a note to whom it may concern, stating that Ellery represented her in Don's interests. Okay, so he's getting hired as a PI for her. Lynn didn't seem too concerned about her future. Don didn't have much insurance, but she could continue to write and she would inherit Don's royalties. Finally, close to 4 a.m, Ellery thought Lynn would be able to sleep and he left. In the cab home, Ellery jotted down the names of the people who might have wanted Don dead. It was an impressively long list. So first we have Pat Carstens, his ex-wife. Pat lived in an apartment across from the Chelsea Hotel, number 89. All right, so we have Pat Carstens, the ex-wife, and that's at location 89. Next, Bambi Nielsen, current girlfriend. Bambi lived in a walk-up next to one of the off-Broadway theaters on 42nd Street, 167. So this is Bambi. So he's still cheating around on his wife. Bambi Nielsen. And she's at location 167 on 42nd Street. Right where all the back in the 80s, lots of adult theaters in that area of town, Times Square and stuff. Okay. And regular theaters too. Lynn actually sounded as if she approved of this girl. Ellery had trouble believing anybody was really called Bambi. Okay, next up, Sue Rockland, a girlfriend from the past. So we've got another past girlfriend. According to Lynn, she was a bit unstable, and Don always went out of his way to see her when she was in trouble. Lynn wasn't sure what Sue did, but she lived in a fashionable building on 3rd Avenue next to Bloomingdale's. That's number 213. Okay, I would like to check out Bloomingdale's. Next up, Hal Kirkwood. Hal Kirkwood. Don's literary agent. Don was threatening to drop Hal as his agent. Hal's office was in the Mobile Building, 120. Is everyone on the chat keeping track of all this? Okay. It looks like the answer is no, not really. So it's up to me. Okay, next up, Sharon Allenton. Sharon Allenton. I'm going to write down, actually, that this was clue 145 in case we need to come back to this list. Okay, Sharon Allenton, Don's publisher. Barclay Publishing was thought to be cash poor. The firm had an insurance policy on Don's life, but Lynn didn't know what size policy. The office of Barclay were in the CBS building, 147. Okay, that's the publisher. And Hal was his agent, and Sue was past girlfriend, and Bambi was current girlfriend, and Pat was ex-wife. Okay, next up, John Strickler, another author. John was just gaining recognition. He was once a close friend of Don's. The two made an arrangement to co-author a novel. It would have given John's career quite a boost. John was furious when Don backed out to work on the current novel. There were threats. Stiegler was working as a bartender at Tavern on the Green, 191. So John Stiegler is co-author, 191, at Tavern on the Green, bartender. Next up is Hamlin Egerton. Hamlin Egerton. Another author. Don beat Egerton out of a script for the first in a series of Jack Diamond movies. Sounds like Jack Reacher movies. There are 6 movies planned for the series. Wouldn't it be funny if Jack Reacher stole all their plots from this case? This fictional cases. First in a series of Jack Diamond movies. There are 6 movies planned for the series, and they could be worth a fortune to the author of the screenplay, who would get a percentage if they were a hit. Hamlin had a reputation for being late on deadlines, and Don made sure the studio heard about it. Using his personal connections, Don skunked Hamilton out at the last minute. Hamlin lives quite well, a few blocks away in the Dakota Apartments, 180. So this would be like his movie rival. Okay, so our guy stole the screenwriting job out from under this guy's nose. Sarah Harris, Lynn's agent, didn't answer the phone number Lynn gave him. He resolved to visit her office in the 666 Fifth Avenue building near the Museum of Modern Art, 145. So Sarah Harris, we learned about very early on. She's Lynn's agent, the wife's agent. And he tried to call her. She didn't answer the phone, so he's going to go visit her office, which is 145, which is near the movie that they went and saw. And it says right here, he resolved to visit her office near the Museum of Modern Art, 145, to confirm Lynn's alibi, although he felt a bit disloyal checking up on her. So now this is interesting. It says he resolved to visit her office in the 666 Fifth Avenue building, comma, near the Museum of Modern Art, parentheses 145. So I don't know if it's telling us as a game that we should look in 145 to talk to her, or if we should be looking for a nearby building to 145, which is the Museum of Modern Art. So we might go to 145. If it's the museum, look for a nearby building. Okay, we've got a little bit more here, and then we're done. Ellery also wanted a better look at the study and Don's papers. A quick call to Lawrence informed him that the police lab would be finished the next afternoon. So we want to see if we can find a police lab, maybe near the Upper West Side if there are multiple. Doesn't give us a number here, though. It says Ellery requested a copy of the coroner's report. That may be one of the time things. It may be that they call us back. At the end of the call, the detective asked that Ellery check in with him every day. He couldn't say why, but he said it might be important. He also warned Ellery not to get too involved. Much of the friendship Lawrence showed earlier had disappeared. That's weird. Confused, Ellery finally got to bed as the sun rose, wondering why no one is ever murdered at a reasonable hour in the afternoon. That was our first clue that we read, but that's basically just a way of not overwhelming you with the introduction. Or most of the clues are going to be very short from now on. And there's a comment in the question, 666. 666 was just the address of 6th Avenue location. Was it 6th Avenue? But it wasn't a number. 5th Avenue, 666 5th Avenue. So why don't we put little markers on the locations we know about here? And I'm going to use red because we haven't been to them yet. Okay, so Sarah Harris's, I may need my glasses for this. Sarah Harris's agent, the wife's agent's at 145. And that is, wow, it's glary too. So 145 is there. Then we've got the ex-wife's at 89. That looks like this makes for wonderful viewing, I'm sure. She lives in Chelsea. Bambi, the girlfriend's at 167, which is there. All right. Sue Rockland, another past girlfriend. This was the unstable one, right? She's at 213. You can see why this is going to take us some time. She lives in the Upper East Side somewhere. 213, it looks like maybe there. Okay, 120. Hal, the agent of Don's, is at 120, which is looks like here somewhere 120. Sharon, the publisher, 147. Okay, not much downtown for this game. 147. It would be nice if this wasn't so glary. Okay, so 181 was the co-author. 181 or 191? 191. He was at Tavern on the Green. Right up near Central Park somewhere, I think. Tavern on the Green was in Central Park, wasn't it? Yeah. Okay. The movie rival was at 180. Which should be here somewhere. And the police lab, we don't know where that is. Okay. So let's take a look at what we've got here. Lots of stuff here around Upper West Side, Uptown. Lots of Uptown. Okay, reading the comments here. Okay, I see it's just a normal tomfoolery. All right, well, I think maybe we're gonna unlock this thing, but let's just, for our first test of using our directory, let's look up police. So and see if we can see where the police station might be if they don't call us back. I suppose we could wait for them to call us back. Office, public buildings, theaters, shops. Banks, bars, churches, conventions, department stores, diplomacy, government, city hall, hall of records. Police headquarters is at 22. So let's mark that. That's downtown somewhere. 22 is over here. Are there any? There's criminal courts, family courts, lots of courts, but that's the only police station I see. And I don't see a morgue. Okay. Oh, there is hospitals. Let's see. Bellevue, NYU, Cornell. Okay, no morgue. There was a movie theater near our office. 145. So if we look at 145, it tells us that Sarah, her agent was at 145. Nearby is, I don't see any movie theaters nearby. Where was 145 here? All right, well, there's the theater district, but those are mostly plays and stuff. Okay, well, so he's gone, our guy has gone home. It's a little odd, it's a little unclear how we, like normally you get 2 clues if you stay in a neighborhood. I don't know where he came from though. I don't know where Ellery lives. Presumably he lives uptown. He doesn't seem like the type that would live downtown. But he could live over on the east side. But let's keep him in this area. I guess we should be using a pawn to keep track of his location. Let's see what we've got here that we can use that's a little smaller than these things. All right, we'll use one of these. All right, it's kind of unprofessional for me to get up, but I had to do it. All right, so his house is off the park or something, so he's still in that neighborhood. And let's just assume that took our first turn. And what did it say he wanted to do? He wanted a better look. Police lab would be finished the next afternoon. He wants us to call it. All right, so let's move to day 2. Let's assume a day has passed. Although it's a little iffy, like if we're moving this too fast, the events are going to be before we had a chance to unveil them. But I'm going to move to turn 2. I'm going to say that because he had to sleep. He spent the whole day with her, right? So it's turn 2. And it tells us to go back. At turn 2, we read clue 128. So let's read clue 128 and hope it's not a page long. Okay, here's our first issue. 128 does not look right. So maybe it's telling us to look up 128 here. So 128 here points to 170. Oh, no, 128 would have been here. Let's try this. 128, as you can see, it's a little confusing. 128 here points to 124. So let's look up 124, and if it's not there, then we'll do the double jump. Okay, 124, here it is. The story of Don Carston's murder didn't make the front page of any paper. So it's the next morning, we're checking out the papers. Didn't make the front page of any paper. Being killed by a burglar just isn't big news in New York. All the blurbs, usually on the 4th and 5th page of the papers, were almost identical. Mystery writer murdered. New York Post. Don Carston's, author of the Ty Linnell spy novels, was fatally stabbed last night in his West Side apartment. Carston's was discovered by his wife. A dagger, presumably the murder weapon, was found on the scene of the crime. Police suspect that a burglar, having ransacked the apartment, was surprised by Karstens. An ongoing investigation has not turned up any more clues. Karstens was the author of the popular novels French Kiss and London Fog. So, just a little piece of narrative we read in the paper. In Sherlock Holmes, there actually are newspapers. This game doesn't have any actual newspapers, but we just got a flavor for it. Okay, well, it's turn 2. We got that little story. Not in the paper. So there's this whole thing about his computer. We can't say, hey, look in the computer until we're given a clue, but it said it might be at the police station, so that might be a good place. We might want to go down to the police station, see if they've got any evidence there. What else do we have to figure out? I mean, we've got these knives missing. Daggers are missing, right? One in his back. A bunch others missing. He probably buzzed someone up. I feel like, it sounds like he was writing a nonfiction book that had some stuff in. He invited someone up to talk about it, was showing his knives, and they killed him. That's sort of what I'm working with currently. Why they would kill him? Because they didn't want him to write about, right? He was going to write about him, and they didn't want him to. So I'm looking for like a source for one of these books, but could be co-author. But I think he had to buzz him in, so he knew him, and he thought he was just meeting with him, and he was showing off his daggers and got stabbed. Why the person would steal the other daggers, I'm not sure. Okay. Well, does anyone have any preference of what you want to do? Do you want to go check out the wife's alibi? The cop says that the neighbors claim he was arguing with his wife before she said she got home. Now, you're hearing through walls, but it does suggest that it was a woman that they heard. So maybe the wife's lying about something and we check out her alibi and find it's false, or the wife's alibi checks out and then maybe we know we're looking for a woman. Any thoughts from so there's a question. We just decide when each turn is done. No, the actual rules say that you're at a location. And when you're in a neighborhood, you've got basically 2 actions. You can do 2 clues in that neighborhood. You can move to a nearby neighborhood and ask a clue, or you can move 2 neighborhoods away and end your turn. It's just not clear how the beginning of the case goes. So I'm not even sure if that should have been turn 1. But since it's not that important, it's not super important for this game. It doesn't really matter. But basically after every 2 things, or after we travel twice or ask 2 clues, then we're going to advance the turn. Again, an interesting connection with Detective City of Angels, a brand new game from 2020. Has a similar mechanic about taking it. You can travel anywhere within an area for an action, or you can move between areas for 2 actions. So if we wanted to go down to the police lab, which we said was all the way down here, I believe, 22. Let's write that down. It would actually take us several turns, even just to get down there. We'd go to Chelsea. So maybe we shouldn't be going down there just for a lark. It's the only thing down here. We are on the Upper West Side, so we could take care. I guess we're here. We're in this location, which we've already checked out. Can you guys see that? Okay. So we're here. That's 183. That was the apartment. So we could go to 180, which was the movie rival, which does not seem like a great lead to me. I'd like to know who is involved with his other new book, because that seems like... So maybe his agent I'd like to talk to. His agent's at 120. Which is over here in Murray Hill, a neighborhood I don't know much about. Is that Murray Hill in 120? 126. No, so where is 120? 120 is actually... Oh, it's a little hard to find places. $120 here. Okay, so it is in Murray Hill, just a little bit further away. Well, Tavern on the Green was... Who was it, Tavern on the Green? 191, John Steekel, that was his co-author. Well, I mean, I'm not all that interested. Those are not my primary things, but we are here on the Upper West Side. We may not have to come back here. So, what do you think? What does the audience think? Do you want to go check out those places on the Upper West Side while we're there? Selling the daggers, interesting theory. Where was the... I want to make my way to the alibi of the wife, and that was 145, which is here in the theater district. So I say we hit the Tavern on the Green. All right, let's do the clues. Let's spend the day in the 2 clues in the neighborhood we're in. That will take up a turn, and then we'll move on. It's not my top choice of clues, but I don't want to have to come back. And Zach agrees. He says, check out the places while we're there. Okay, so let's do it. So we're going to move ourselves. We're going to stay in the Lower West Side, and we're going to move to 179. 179 is, it's not 179, I guess it's, why do I have it? It's 180. Okay, so we're going to 180. We're going to replace this with a green. That is 180, right? Boy, they really made this hard to see. I apologize for that. All right, so we're traveling over to Hamlin Egerton, the movie rival. And let's put a little... It's okay, we're allowed to do this. It's our game. So this was... Hamlin lives quite well, a few blocks away in the Dakota Apartments. I don't know the Dakota Apartments. 180. So location 180. Now we look this up. So here we go. Here's how we do it. We look up location 180, which points us to 171. And then we look up 171, which we have to be careful. We look up in the right column, points us to 89. So we go to 89. Bit of a pain. Okay. 89. The apartment was filled with someone's idea of high-style furniture. Autographed pictures of Egerton and other celebrities decorated the walls. The entire office screamed, "Look at me, I'm important." Hamlin Egerton was abrasive from the moment they met. He was short and evidently resented anyone who was any taller. He made several cracks about height before Ellery had a chance to start asking questions. When the little squirt took a too casual poke at one of Ellery's books, he nearly lost his temper. Our guy's got a little bit of a short fuse. Hamlin was most definitely not upset Don Carstens was dead. His alibi was dinner with Hal Kirkwood at La Cigde, 152. So he had dinner with our agent, with Don's agent, at La Cigde, 152. It's a lot of things to keep track of. So dinner with Hal, and this guy's name is Hamlin Egerton. And that's his alibi. I really could use someone in the audience keeping track of this. Yes, I've been asked to re-explain this. I will do it on the next time I look up a clue. I'll explain it more slowly. Okay, so his alibi was dinner with Hal Kirkwood at La Cigde, where he said they sat for several hours after dinner planning a new series based on an Israeli Nazi hunter. Kirkwood was the literary agent for both men. Hamlin claimed to have no other association with Carstens. He further claimed he was unaware he and Carstens were competing for a movie series. When the interview was terminated, Ellery left with a distinctly bad taste in his mouth, but no hard evidence. Okay, so that was his competitor for the movie. Don edged him out. They both share the same agent, which is neither here nor there. Okay, that was the first clue we looked up on the Lower West Side. Let's go now to Tavern on the Green, which is 191. So I'm going to replace that with a green after we check it out. All right, so let's understand, since Zach asked, how to do this again. This is unusual to this game. And you can see why they haven't used it again. So our case has its own chart that we use to look up locations. So first we look up this location, which was 191. And the gray numbers, sorry if you can see it here, the gray numbers go sequentially from 1 to 229. Every location on the board has a number. So we look up 191 on this chart in gray. That gives us our first number, which is 16. Now we don't look up clue 16. Instead, we look at our global clue index for all cases, and we look up 16. And 16 gives us another number, 66. So that's what we look up. And here we go with our clue. It's a little convoluted. Plus, it's got to be a woman. Yeah, okay. I agree with you. It seems like it could be a woman. But don't forget, he could have had someone come over and they left, and then the murderer came. Okay, clue 66. We arrive at Tavern on the Green, very fancy restaurant, although touristy. Used to be very famous and desired, and then became a little touristy. Tavern on the Green was crowded, even at lunch. Ellery found the bar manager in a busy corridor leading from the kitchen. While they spoke, waiters hurried by with steaming meals or stacks of dirty dishes. Stakler worked for the restaurant as a bartender and bouncer. He took 2 weeks off starting 4 days ago. The manager thought that he might have gone out of town. Stakler's apartment was near the access to Brooklyn Bridge 42. So Stakler actually has a house at 42. Almost as an afterthought, the manager commented that Stakler had a very short fuse. Okay, so let's put a new clue down by the Brooklyn Bridge, which is there, 42. Maybe we'll cross off clues here as we go to them. So we went to 191 and we went to 180. So we've taken 2 actions. We traveled to the Tavern on the Green. The guy took off our... I'm not even going to write down these clues. Ideally one would, but I'm going to count on the chat to remember some of these things, and I'll just write down numbers and locations because that's about the highest my bandwidth can go. We've already got some guesses that Bambi did it. Okay, so we've taken our 2 actions in this neighborhood, so our turn is over. Now it's time for turn 3. Okay, it's turn 3. We're still at the Lower West Side. We were sort of on the boundary with the Lower West Side and the Upper West Side, so we fudged it a little bit, but we were just 1 block away. You can walk a block like that. All right, so, but our next location, we've got a location 167. That's Bambi. I'll bet you want to go talk to Bambi, the girlfriend on the side that the wife doesn't mind. I thought that was an Upper East Side thing. All right, let's travel ourselves down to Bambi on day 3, turn 3, and let's check out 167. Do you remember what location this was at 167? Ideally, we could look it up here. Let's see. 167 is the off-Broadway theaters. Intar, Playwrights Horizons, Harold Clurman. Do you think any of those are still there? Not in Midtown, not in 42nd Street. That whole place got razed. No more adult movie theaters. It used to be a pretty darn seedy area. it's now all been made into like flashing neon, not giant lit up signs and everything. It's completely been sanitized and made into a huge tourist place. But back then. All right, 167. So let's look it up. 167 tells us to look at 133. 133 tells us to look at 106. So here we go, 106. Let's see what Bambi has to say. Bambi didn't look anything like Ellery expected a Bambi to look. She was small, dark-haired, and lithe. She did, however, resemble a young deer, nervous and alert. Her eyes were moist and red. When Ellery identified himself, she ushered him in. The building in which Bambi's studio apartment was located had never been elegant. Now it would be called affordable. The walls were painted institutional tan. The furnishings consisted of cushions and a mattress, no box spring. She's living cheap. And there were several boxes partially filled with books. When Bambi noticed Ellery eyeing the suitcase, she began to talk. Lynn had called her earlier. She already knew about Don. So the wife and the girlfriend are friends. I've had it with this town. Her voice was surprisingly calm. I keep reading it and then it gives me a little thing that I'm reading it wrong. I've had it with this town. Her voice was surprisingly calm. It eats people alive and spits out the bones. She's a smoker. Could you tell me where you were last night? None of your business, she snapped. Then she seemed to wilt. I guess it doesn't matter. Ellery remained silent. I was with Norman, she said in a small, flat voice. All night. I could never have stabbed Don. Ellery was inclined to believe her, but he couldn't be sure she wasn't just a good actress. Who's Norman? He inquired. I met him through Don. He's an executive in sales at Barclay. He's on the road a lot. We met at a sales meeting Don dragged me to. He's tall and good-looking, and right away I sensed that he cared about people. He's not as mysterious and dashing as Don, but he's a lot more stable, the kind you could plan a future with. Since Don's one of his company's big authors, we had to be discreet, but the secrecy made it more fun. Look, I can give you his phone number. So is Barclay the publishing company? Was that right? Am I remembering that right? So he's a salesman at the publishing company. Since Don's one of the company's big authors, we had to be discreet. A quick call to nervous Norman confirmed Bambi's alibi. He really did sound like a nice guy, knew all about Don, and was concerned about how Bambi was taking the death. Ellery wondered why Bambi was running around with a womanizer like Karsten's. She stopped Ellery cold just as he was ready to leave. I know who killed Don. It was a flat statement. Who? Ellery asked, turning abruptly. Someone from his past. She spoke quickly, as if she had rehearsed the speech. Don was working on something that could cause a lot of trouble for someone. He couldn't tell me who. I think Don expected this might happen. Maybe the excitement of it even appealed to him. He hated being bored. No names? Don wouldn't tell me anything. Said it was too dangerous, but he promised I'd find out when everyone else did, when he wrote the book. Then he chuckled. Ellery thanked her and prepared to leave. She stopped him at the door. Take care of Lynn, she said, sounding concerned. I always liked her, despite, well, everything. I'm leaving New York and going back to Des Moines. The police may want you to stay in town. I already spoke to Detective Lawrence. I can leave tomorrow. I'll be at my mother's. She's in the book. Her first name is Margaret. I'm Priscilla. At least Ellery knew now why she called herself Bambi. Because she was a deer. She was like a deer. Okay, but she says she's in the book. I don't know how that helps us. Her first name is Margaret. I'm Priscilla. Okay. So that was location 167, Bambi. And she introduced us to a new person, right? Norman, who we have no information from, but we know he works at Barclay. And I believe Barclay was the publisher. If we look at our publisher, yes, Don's publisher, Barclay Publishing. And the offices of Barclay are in 147. So let's just make a note that 147 doesn't just have the publisher, but also Barclay, the sales guy for the publisher. Okay. That was our first clue of turn 3. And now we're going to have to move into a different neighborhood as our second action. So, I mean, if we're just going to cover the board, I think maybe we go to the theater district, check out these 2 locations, and come back around this way rather than up and back down. So let's move ourselves to the theater district. That will be our second action of turn 3, which advances us to turn 4, which this reminds us we're going to read something. So we go back to our case here. Turn 4, we're supposed to read 168, and did we decide it meant that we look up here? 168 tells us 175. So let's look at 175, and if it's not, we'll look up 168. Okay, let's look at 168. That didn't quite look right. Neither of those look up quite right. Turn 4, 168. Oh, here, let's look up 168 here. 168 tells us to go to number 3. All right, let's try 3. All right, let's remember, when it says 168, it's telling us to look up here. The morgue report. All right, so they've called us up, ring, 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 on the corded telephone. We've got the morgue report right here. The morgue report confirmed the cause of death as the stab wound. The tip of the dagger nicked an artery, and death ensued in 5 to 10 minutes. The blade also passed through the corner of a lung, right from the back, and it was likely the victim passed out from the pain of the second injury. There were no bruises or other signs of a struggle, so he had a little bit of time to try to get to the computer and maybe write a note. But now, this is an Apple II. If you're writing a note, this is not Google Docs. It's not auto-saved. If you don't hit save and wait for it to write to the floppy, it's not going to get saved. There were no bruises or other signs of a struggle. The coroner speculated that the pain of the wound might have been sufficient to render the victim unconscious until he died, but the theory couldn't be proven by post-mortem evidence. Okay. So that was our morgue report. So maybe no need to go down to the police station. All right, well, it's turn 4. I mean, remember, we're treating this as a story that we're unfolding over time. So I think we check out these places in the theater district. I mean, until we get a good solid lead, let's just, take our time, travel around, check out alibis and stuff like that. So our next one up looks like it's 147. What's 147? It's the publisher. Okay. So 147 is 45, and 45 is 170. The offices at Barclay Publishing looked like Ellery's publisher's office, small and filled with stacks of manuscripts. Sharon Allerton was a surprisingly young blonde with a pleasant smile. The smile faded quickly at the mention of Don Carstens. She was quite open about the declining sales of his latter books. They bombed. There's no other way to put it. We sold 150,000 copies of Alpine Assassin and less than 10,000 copies of Death in Paris. We lost our bundle. He was under contract for one more book, and then we were going to drop him. So he had good incentive to try to pull out the stops and write about the secrets he knew that he shouldn't. What about the insurance? I guess we'll make some money there. It was still in effect. We got it when we began investing big money to publicize London Fog. He was big bucks then. How big? The policy pays $500,000. I've heard Barkley needs the money. The publisher looked as if she couldn't decide whether to be annoyed or to laugh. Finally, she laughed. Ha! It's an amazing business. This is the first year in 6 we haven't bought out another publisher. So now everyone thinks we're broke. Barkley will certainly appreciate the money. We don't need it, though. This is a multi-million-dollar corporation. It's owned by ODB Inc., one of the biggest conglomerates in the country. I doubt they would even notice an amount that small. Changing the subject, Ellery asked, what was Don like? A strange man. A womanizer, I've heard. He never made a pass at me, she snorted. He loved the publicity and he loved making appearances in public. Hated flying, though. We could never get him to fly out to the big fan conventions, not even BoucherCon. I thought he traveled a great deal. Not that I'm aware of. He did have us book all his flights through a travel agency. Ruth's Travel, as I recall. They're in the Empire State Building, 102. So 102 is travel agent. So maybe we can find out about a place he was planning to go or went to recently. They're in the Empire State Building, 102. Used them myself once. Accounting charged any costs against his royalties. Who else might benefit from Don's death? His wife, if the stories are true. Maybe Kirkwood, his agent. Don said he was planning to get a new agent. He blamed Hal for the poor sales. Well, I guess he won't be changing agents now. Do you have a biography of John, like the ones on bookbacks? Ellery asked. Funny, Sharon replied with a slightly bemused expression. We asked for one, past jobs and all that, for color. Don said he only held 2 short-term jobs before he started writing. We figured he was embarrassed about the jobs or he got fired or something. So, was he a spy in past jobs? Did he work for a spy agency? Sharon, glancing past Ellery, realized 3 people were standing outside her door. She excused herself, grateful he wasn't a publisher. Ellery thanked her and hurried out. Ellery asked the receptionist about Norman and was informed he was at home packing for a last-minute sales trip to Iowa. Ellery smiled as he left. So he's going to hook up with Bambi, basically. But Bambi didn't get any money from his death, right? And she was already hooked up with him, so it's hard to see any motive for Bambi, for me. Unless those daggers could be worth a lot of money. Imagine if it was all about the money that the daggers are worth. Did the morgue report use up one of our 2 actions? No, that's just an extra thing that they called us on. Okay, so that was the publisher. And I didn't replace that with a green. Okay, that was location 147. Did I mark that right? Yes, 147. Okay, let's just head right across town to 145, which is Sarah Harris, the wife's agent. Again, these locations aren't that. It doesn't matter that we get these exactly right. It's just we might want to remember. Okay, so 145 tells us to look up 175. And 175 tells us to look up no clue, but has a footnote. Footnote 7. Footnote 7 doesn't have a footnote for us, so there's no clue, but it says, okay, let me show you this. There's actually some corrections that are actually written here, some typos that are actually written here. You probably can't see this, but it says, clue 145, Sarah Harris's office is actually across the street at 144. So we're changing 145 to 144. So that just means the book made a slight mistake. So we're going to now look up her office. And this says Edgerton's apartment. Did we write down where Edgerton's apartment was? We visited him. We got told his apartment. I don't know. Maybe, I'm not sure if we got told it. It's a correction, but I'm not sure if we were told this information yet. So let's just note this. I'm going to write down a couple of these numbers here because it's actually saying clue 138 is 137, 187. All right, we'll just try to remember it. It's messy, but that's the kind of game we're dealing with. That's what we signed up for. So we're going to go across the street. We wrote down in our police book the wrong address. So we're going to correct ourselves. We're going to go across the street to the Museum of Broadcasting. That was at 10. Okay, Museum of Broadcasting is 144. 144 goes to 81. And 81 goes to 163. So let's go to 163 and see what she has to say for herself. Ellery never got beyond the plant-filled reception area. Another of the agent's clients had a book that was being turned into a movie. Sarah Harris was on the set, on location in Morocco. So we're not going to be talking to her. The meeting with Lynn was jotted in Sarah's appointment book, but her secretary informed Ellery that it would be a while before Miss Harris could confirm the meeting personally. So we went to check out her alibi. The agent is out of town, but it is penciled in, this meeting. So, I mean, it seems reasonable. It half checks out. Now, she did say she saw a movie with her, right? So, we could try to ask what movie she might have seen there. If we really want to lock down that alibi, do we want to lock down that alibi? It would be kind of nice. So that was 154, the Museum of Broadcasting, right? Sorry, 144. So if we look at the 144 area in the theater district, let's look up the theater district neighborhood, assuming she stayed in that neighborhood. Times Square. Let's read the description of Times Square circa 1986, because it's not what it is now. Times Square, Zach says Egerton's apartment is 180. Did I write that down? Yes. Okay, so it's actually thank you for writing that in the comments. This seems to tell us that it's actually, there's a correction, it actually should be at 186. So we might go check out 186, but okay, so let me read you the description of Times Square circa 1986. Times Square, once the epitome of the American dream, sits at the center of the theater district. Some of the surrounding streets, notably 42nd Street, are jam-packed with X-rated movie houses, lingerie and novelty shops, and ladies of impermanent affection. That's how we grew up. That's what it was, but not anymore. The square itself features as many pizza stands, shooting galleries, fire sales, shops, and 3-card Monte dealers. Not really, not anymore. Hawkers for a game that purports to be chance, as anyone could wish for. Night and day, the square is busting with the activity of tourist theatergoers and the city's numerous entrepreneurs. So that might be where to see movie theater. Let me tell you a little story about Times Square. I was walking with my father. It talks about 3-card Monte dealers. You know 3-card Monte? That's where there's a queen under one of them or a colored one, and they move it around, and you pay $20, and you say, where do you think? They say, here's the queen, and then they move everything around, and they say, which one did it come under, right? Zach, I mean, you might know this from the movies, but they actually did this out there. And then the person watching would be like, all right, I know where it is. Here's $20. If they get it right, then they win the money. So we see a guy. We see the 3-card monte guy. They would do these on like cardboard boxes so they could get up and run. Right. So he's doing it. We see him like half a block away. And I asked my father about this game. And he says, look over there. Look at there. There's 3 of them. They're all in on it. Like the person who's winning is in on it. And the person to the side who's like so amazed and that they're winning is in on it. And they're setting up to fool people who are watching. This is a half block away. And the guy sitting, there was a guy sitting on the corner next to us, like reading a paper. And he goes, there's 4 of us. So the guy sitting there, like half a block away, was also part of this crew. And he had some different role to play. Like he was going to walk in later, or he was going to swap in for one of the fake winners. So they'd have plants that would win and convince the tourists who were watching that it was winnable. So anyway, he goes, there were 4 of us. There's 4 of us. All right. So, also in the theater district, there's a bunch of theaters, but these aren't movies, right? And she was at the movies, we were told, I believe. That's her alibi, right? She went and saw a movie. Let me just find her alibi here. To confirm Wynn's alibi. Didn't answer the phone. Was that not the alibi? It was the alibi of the wife. Where did we get the wife's alibi from? Was it in our introductory thing? Does anyone remember when Lynn told us her alibi? I see Lynn's agent gave us a phone number, went and visited. But I don't see where Lynn gives us her alibi. Oh, here we go. These are erasable. They're called Frixion. And they're erasable pens, and I love them because you can erase them. So she reveals the night's events. She and her agent decided to catch a movie near Sarah's office. So, I don't remember if we passed a turn yet, but I'm going to say that we didn't since it's not that important. And we're going to spend one extra turn just looking around Times Square. Maybe we'll get some information about the movie she saw, though I don't see it. 142, 144. That seems like this is actually, oh, Theater District is not where we are. Sorry, that's wrong. We're in actual Theater District is this area here, this tiny area here. Her offices are actually in Midtown. Midtown's got more places there. Let's see if there's any movie theaters in Midtown that she might have gone to. You thought I was kidding about this taking many hours and us just taking our time, huh? Okay, what have we got here? Mysterious Bookshop, Ritz-Carlton, Plaza Hotel, Gallery Row, Tiffany's, New York Hilton, Museum Broadcasting, that's where our office was, Grand Central, Pan Am, Waldorf Astoria, CBS Building, Museum of Modern Art. I do not see any movie theaters here. And we already went to the Museum of Broadcasting. That's where her office was. I mean, I'd love to stop by the Museum of Modern Art just while we're here to see it, but I have a feeling it's not going to be related to our case. They could have gone over to the theater district. Theaters, let's see. Yeah, I don't, I don't know what movie theater would look at. The closest I would come is 42nd Street, but there's so many movie theaters and there are X-rated movie theaters there. I don't know. I don't know that I know which one to go to. Let me tell you another story about Times Square area. So Rob and I were bored and it was like 2 a.m. and we were curious, is there any movie theater, just for the hell of it, like if we wanted to see a movie at 2 a.m., it's New York City. Is there a movie showing? Turned out there was. There was a movie theater showing. It was something like the Green Lizard. It's a movie. You could find it. It's like something lizard, desert lizard or something. A real movie, just not a good one. And we went into this movie theater at 2 a.m. It was a real movie. But we saw a giant roach walking across the movie theater seat. And we just turned around and left. It was a bad movie and it was very, very sketchy. So you can go see a movie at 2 a.m. in New York City, but you shouldn't. All right, we've covered these locations. We're not gonna try to check out her alibi because I don't see what. Let me just make one last look. I hate to pass up the opportunity to verify her alibi. So let me just quickly look at. There's lots of theaters here in Midtown. But they're mostly performances, not movie theaters. So I'm just gonna quickly look over if any of these are movie theaters that I don't know about. I'm really tempted to go to the Museum of Modern Art. It's not clear. So here's an interesting counterpoint. In Sherlock Holmes, right, you've got each case is its own booklet of clues. If you go turn up Museum of Modern Art in that, and it's not related to case, you're not going to see it. But in this game, if you start throwing darts and going to random locations, you're going to start getting clues that may not be relevant for your case. Although this double lookup should prevent that from happening, right? So yeah. All right, let's do it. Let's go to the Museum of Modern Art just to see what happens. Is the audience in favor? Is the audience in favor of going to the Museum of Modern Art just to see what happens to the game when we go into a place that's not on our path? I'm going to do it. By the way, Museum of Modern Art is pretty amazing. All the museums there, normally I think of them as being in the Upper East Side, but that whole area, the museums there are beautiful. All right, so the Museum of Modern Art is at location 145. Let's see if this game prevents us from messing it up. So I'm going to look up 145. It says clue 175. I look up 175. It says no clue. All right, so it protected us. It protected us from it. There's nothing there. We go, we look around, we have some fun, but it's not related to our case. Okay. So I guess that's going to be the end of turn 4. And we have not cleared out her alibi. It is, I will say this is an improvement over Sherlock Holmes in terms of having different ways to get nearby stuff. Like, it's nice that I can look at this and see, you know, here are all these things in this neighborhood. In Sherlock Holmes, you'd have to, it's a little harder. You can look it up by category and by the board. This took a lot of work to do, this book. And a lot, I mean, this is like, you could take this book and print this and sell this as like a tourist guide to Manhattan. It's like telling you interesting places to go. You could take this book, go back and just tour Manhattan and check out all the places here. I mean, it's actually quite, everything here is true. All information, Carnegie Deli. Here's what it says about Carnegie Deli. Debate rages about whether the Carnegie is the best deli in the city, notwithstanding it is usually thronged with the après theater crowd. I mean, it's fantastic. This book, the amount of love that went into making this book just to give you flavor for this game is amazing. All right, so we're done with turn 4. My clock says we've been going for 2 hours, so let's take another 5-minute break. I can see there's a switchover in the audience who's going to be responsible for taking notes and making sure I don't miss anything. So we're going to take another 5-minute break here. Let's see if we can do that properly. Okay, we're back. Looks like the audio and video is good. All right. We're at turn 5 or 6. I don't remember if I moved it. But we're in Midtown. All right. I wonder how many. We start out with 5. We start out with like 4 people, so we'll see who we end up with. But this game is moving slowly. All right. Well, I think maybe we go to the Upper East Side and check out this location, 213, which according to our notes is Sue Rockland, the past unstable girlfriend. Yeah, so I think let's check out this unstable girlfriend. A woman's voice was heard in that apartment, if it wasn't the wife. All right, so we're going to spend 1 action to move into this neighborhood, the Upper East Side, and then our second action is going to visit Sue at 213. So 213. It would be nice if, like, all these locations have names of what they are. It would be nice if it told us. Oh, 213 is Bloomingdale's. She's the one whose apartment is near Bloomingdale's. So there you go. Near Bloomingdale's. All right. 213. Remember, Bloomingdale's, if my memory serves me correctly, the Santa Claus movie. What's the name of the movie? Is that It's a Wonderful Life? No, that's a different movie. Remember Santa Claus and then Macy's and Gimbel's? Was it Gimbel's, not Bloomingdale's? Someone fill in the information. But that's a great movie. Remember, Santa Claus is real, and they're like competing to be nice and send customers to the other one. Macy's was sending them to Gimbel's. Gimbel's was sending people to Macy's. Not Bloomingdale's. I think my grandmother worked for Bloomingdale's. My grandmother worked for Bloomingdale's, and she lived out in Queens, where my other good friends Ken, Steve, and Rosa lived. Okay, my grandmother worked at Bloomingdale's. All right, 213. Sorry for the diversion. 213 tells us to look up 161. 161 tells us to look up 160. So here we go, 160. The building where Sue Rockland lived had a guard at the entrance. Ellery stood there while the guard telephoned to inquire whether Miss Rockland wanted to let the author in. There was a long pause. Then the guard waved Ellery in. The apartment was nothing if not elegant. It was furnished with antiques and fitted out with the latest electronic toys. Ellery was not surprised to see a large screen television tuned to MTV. Rockland herself was over 30 and running slightly to overweight. "I heard about Don," she began in a flat voice. How long has it been since you last saw him?" Ellery inquired. "Years. He's married, you know. I've run into him twice, maybe 3 times, since we used to, get together. He didn't need me once he became a hotshot writer," she ended bitterly. "What do you do?" "I design things, jewelry and the like. I'm very artsy." "Who do you think would want to kill Don?" "A lot of women. I suspect maybe his wife," she answered, gesturing with the hand in which she held a cigarette. She lifted her chin and pursed her lips dramatically. "I really can't think of anyone who would actually stab him in the back like that. He was such a puppy dog. Sometimes you just had to hug him. A pity the burglar panicked." Ellery noticed the New York Post open to an account of Don's death on the table between them. "Where were you on the night he was killed?" "Here, I guess. Yeah, here. That is, I had a drink at Adam's Apple, 208. And then I came straight here. Anyway, it was a long day, and I fell asleep right after dinner. Maybe the doorman remembers when I came in. Anyone call you that evening? Just Raoul, and he's gone back to Mexico. He brings me silver and gems for my designs. He called from the airport to say goodbye. I really have to get going now. It's a pity about Don, but it's not like I've seen him lately. She certainly didn't seem upset. Why don't you talk to his current girlfriend, Bambi, or something ridiculous like that? She could tell you more than I can. I haven't seen that creep in years, Rockland reiterated. All right. Well, she's claiming she hasn't seen him in years. So if we could prove that to be false, that would be useful. So she gave us some information, right? She said she had a drink at the Adam's Apple. So Sue Rockland went to the Adam's Apple, 208. And that was Sue. We cleared 213. So we've got a new clue, 208. Where are my glasses here? 208, is that nearby where we are? Yes, it is. Right over here somewhere. 207, 208. Oh, right next door. Okay, so she's in the arts. She's got some guy from Mexico flying her stuff in, silver and gems. You could see how if the two of them killed him, maybe he took the daggers. I don't know. Well, let's head on over and check her alibi, yeah? Sorry, I'll leave this here. Let's move ourselves over to the Adam's Apple and check out 208. So, 208 says, look up 73. 73 is 113. All right, 113. Ellery began by showing the bartender a picture of Don Carstens on the jacket of death in Paris. Although he wasn't sure, the older man thought he recognized the author. As Ellery was leaving, the bartender rushed over. "What can I be thinking of?" he began hurriedly. "The gentleman came in all right, but never alone. He was always with a woman. She's sort of a regular here. I believe her name is Rockford. No, wait. That's the TV detective, Rockford and Sons. But we know her name is Rockland. Well, they used to come here a lot. I've seen them all in the 12 years I've worked here." Ellery resisted the urge to comment on the fact of a man that age working at a singles hangout for 12 years. So this might have been some famous singles bar. "Haven't seen them around lately, not in months," the modishly dressed man finished, looking expectantly for praise or perhaps a tip. Ellery thanked him, smiled politely, and left. No tip. Ellery doesn't tip. So a little nod to the Rockford Files. Jim Rockford, great detective TV show in that same line as Columbo, the Rockford Files. But Jim Rockford did not work New York City. I don't know where the Rockford Files was located, but I used to watch that with my father. Columbo, the Rockford Files, great, great shows. But this is interesting. I mean, he recognizes him. He remembers that he's been there with a woman. He almost knows her name. But then he says he hasn't seen them around lately. So that feels like that woman's alibi is no good. Right? He's not like, "Oh yeah, I saw the woman yesterday. It was only last night," right? Does he say he was working last night? He's worked here 12 years. She's sort of a regular here, so he recognizes her. Haven't seen her around lately, not in months. Okay, well, this does make me very suspect of Sue, the crazy woman. But we should write down what actual clue we walk into when we looked it up, because that was 213. In case we want to reread it, that brought us to 161, which brought us to 160. I just want to see what she said again to see if there's any more clues that we could follow up on. She says she had a drink at Adam's Apple, came here. Maybe the doorman remembers when I came in, but there's no way for us to ask the doorman any information. And Raul at Mexico. I mean, there's no... He brings me silver and gems for my designs. He called from the airport to say goodbye. Well, this is New York City. There's 3 airports, but they're not all in Manhattan. Let's just look in our book here to see if there are airports here. I mean, if we really wanted to walk this down. I don't see any entry for airports. There's communications, expertise. Transportation, there's a heliport, Holland Tunnel, Penn Station, Airlines Building, Pan Am Building. So not really airports. I don't know what the Airlines Building is. I'm just going to write down clue 160 for Sue in case we want to look that back up. She's sending us to Bambi. Call from the airport to say goodbye. All right, well, I'm suspicious of her, but I don't know what else to... I don't know where else to look for her. I don't know if that's the end of... I don't know why it's so hard to keep track of the turns, but I'm just going to move us to turn 6, assuming it doesn't matter much. All right, well, unless anyone has any better ideas, 152, 102, these are all looking... Now, why do I have 102 written down, travel agent, but not marked? And we got a new clue about dinner with Hal. That was at 152. Did we make a mark for that? You can see that part of this game is really testing your bandwidth for remembering to make note of things. All right, so I don't think we marked 152 either. 152 was the restaurant that our agent ate with the other writer. And 102 is the travel agent of who? Does anyone remember who we got a travel agent information from? Was that Bambi? Well, we'll just go by there and find out. But you can see you'd really like to ideally keep track of where you learned what information from who, but that's okay. If we don't solve it, it's not going to kill us. All right, so it's turn 6. We're going to travel back to Midtown. We could have checked this out earlier. And we're going to look at 152 for our second action. So 152 tells us to look up 28. 28 tells us, aha, very interesting. Okay, so we've got one of the weird mechanics of this game. When we looked that up, so we looked up 152, it directed us to 28. 28, if you can see, which I know you're going to have a hard time seeing, 28 is actually in this lower area where there are little special instructions. 28 says, before turn 8, you look up a certain clue. After turn 8, you look up a different clue. So this is sort of a timed thing that's happened. So it's before turn 8, well before turn 8. So we're going to get some extra information here that we wouldn't have gotten to if we came back late. So 133. Mr. Brendan is not at work today. No, we do not give out home phone numbers or addresses to anyone, but I believe he left town anyway. I don't get it. Do you think it's telling us? Boy, it sure would help if we knew where we found that travel agent. Because I don't know who that is referring to. Let's try it. 152. Does anyone remember in the audience where we got location 152? The problem is with these double lookups, it's very hard to go backwards. You don't think it meant to look up 133 here, do you? Which would be 106. I don't think so. I'm just going to quickly look at it. If I look up, if I follow 133, it brings me to the discussion of Bambi again. So maybe that is her, but she's not left town yet, or it's this Brandon thing. All right, well, since no one is commenting, we're just going to treat it as a weird clue. I'm going to put a gold thing there, and I'm going to write down that we've got some 152 that we're not sure what it's all about. 152 is not the travel agent. 152 is the dinner alibi. Egerton is 186. I'm going to just try to retrace this a bit. We went to Egerton, which was 180 or 186. Okay, I'm just reading Egerton. So we went to Egerton's. Look at me, I'm important. Hamlin Egerton was abrasive. He says they went for dinner at Les Signa on 152. They sat for several hours. Okay, so they went to 152. So this is, let's see if we can't write down. That this was from 89. So when we look, so they went to 152, which was a restaurant, 152. When we look up 152, it tells us to go to 28. When we look up 28, it says before turn 8, turn to 133. And when we looked up 133, Mr. Brendan is not at work today. No, we do not give out home phone numbers or dresses. I believe he left town. I don't understand how that's less signal. Let's well, this is it's kind of cool to see where the game has problems. It's an interesting design issue. I'm going to look up 152 and make sure that is actually the location of Les Sig, the restaurant. 152 is Les Sig, is a crowded, expensive restaurant whose classic French cuisine is considered to be among the city's best. Okay, so it's a little weird. Maybe the restaurant is closed. Wait, 152? Yeah, 152 was location 28. All right, well, let's look at 25 and see if it is relevant to our restaurant, and quickly turn away if it's not. Okay, 25 is restaurant. So we have to assume that the restaurant people are just closed down. It's the weekend or something. I can't imagine a restaurant open the weekend. All right, we're going to come back here. We're going to come back here after turn 8. But now, where would you like to go? We're going to have to leave Midtown and come back. But let's do it. All right, so let's say turn 6 is over. I don't know why it's so hard to keep track of turns. Let's move to Murray Hill and do one. Let's do turn 7. Let's move to Murray Hill and check out this location 120, which I don't know anything about Murray Hill from growing up in Manhattan. Some of these neighborhoods, I'm not sure we ever considered them neighborhoods. Okay, so location 120, what was that on our list? Oh, the agent's location, okay. So 120 goes to location 10. 10 says no clue, but has a footnote. And it says read entry 115 if at location 120, okay. So entry 115. Let's see what his agent has to say. Read entry 115. Well, that does not look right. Okay, let's see if we can look it up here, 115, and see if it's more accurate. Oh, that doesn't make sense either. Okay. 115 says something about a senator. Okay, let's try again. 120 was the agent. Let's make sure that's correct. Hal's office was in the mobile building, which is in location 120. So we look up 120. It says to go to 10. When you look up 10, it says no clue, but footnote 1. Footnote 1 says read clue entry number 115 if at location 120. Okay. All right, let's read 115. When Ellery identified himself at Senator Hockman's office, is 120 the mobile building? Because that's where it absolutely said he lived. 120 is the mobile building. High-rise office complex of stainless steel skins stamped with patterns that cause the wind to scour the building's exterior clean. It is also one of the few New York skyscrapers whose windows open. Okay, and we were told about that by Hal Kirkwood, Don's literary agent. Don was threatening to drop Hal as his agent. Okay, well, here we go. When Ellery identified himself at Senator Hockman's office, he was asked to take a seat and wait. It was nearly half an hour before the author was ushered to meet the senator. I really hate to read this because we don't know anything about any senator. Let's see if there's anything better we can... What shall we do? I think what we do is we make a note that that's the senator's office, 120. I can see somewhere in the text it refers to our case, so it is our case, but I feel like you know, I feel like we're not supposed to be reading it yet. So I'm just looking around quickly for our guy, for our agent. It said something about Eckerton's. There was a correction about 186. Eckerton's apartment is actually at location 186. 186 brought us to 79. 79 brings us to actually 23. Let me just see what 23 says. Nope. Well, unless that's the wrong footnote. No, that's a 1. All right, we're gonna come back to it. That's quite interesting that we've hit this little stumbling block. Let's move on to turn 8. We will come back. We will come back to this if we discover senator, or maybe it's a typo about whether it's senator is supposed to be the agent. We'll come back to it. We won't give it up. Let's move back to Midtown for turn 8 and go to this location that it told us to come back to, which was 152. And it said after turn 8, 25. So let's read 25. This was the restaurant, if I remember correctly. The restaurant was elegantly appointed with chandeliers and lace tablecloths. It actually cost Ellery 20, not the predicted 10, to freshen Brendan's memory. Oh, so we were searching for the waiter at the restaurant. So when we went there in the beginning, he wasn't working that day. That's why it said come back. Okay. It cost us $20 to bribe him to talk to us. Speaking in what Ellery deemed a pseudo-French accent, he said, "Yes, Mr. How do you do? Yes, Mr. Kirkwood and Mr. Egerton were here most of the evening. I couldn't say what they were discussing, but they seemed to be celebrating. They left at 2 a.m. when we closed. Some other members of the staff also remembered the pair as well, since they had tied up a table for nearly 8 hours. So our agent and the other author were there celebrating. Celebrating the death of this guy that was the thorn in both of their sides? Possibly. Here most of the evening, though, that would sort of probably rule them out, right, as murderers. Okay, well, that's the end of turn 8. There's the mystery senator's office we don't understand anything about. I'm looking here for more corrections. I don't see any. Reco index 115 at location 120. That was a price. Okay, well, let's leave here. That was turn 8. Turn 9 let's go here to 102. What was 102? 102 was the travel agent, which I don't know. I can't remember who it was for. Does anyone, Zach says he's still in the channel. Does anyone remember where we got the travel agent information from? It's frequent in these detective games that you write a clue and you forget where you got it from. And it really would help to make like a chain, like a flow chart. Like I got this clue from this place and this clue in this place. This one's even worse because when you've got a location, it's 2 steps away to know what to look up. So you can't just be like, oh, we got this at 45. Let me look up 45. It takes a whole step. I'm moving downtown. I'm moving to the Garment District for turn 9. And we're going to the travel agent. And we're going to walk in and say, who are you? Why are we here? 102 is 170. And 170 says... Clue 17. Like all travel agencies, the walls of this one were covered with posters, put there to make anywhere in the world look glamorous and appealing compared to New York. The travel agency was on the 3rd floor of the Empire State Building. At first, they were reluctant to discuss a client's past travel plans. A call to Barclay Publishing, the shock of hearing Carstens was murdered. I remember. The publisher told us, that's right, Zach is now saying, that's right. Yes, the publisher told us this travel agent handles all of Don's travel. That's how he got this information. Yes, good work, Zach. A call to Barclay. So we went in the travel agents. We said, tell us about this. They said, well, let us, before we give you information, they called the publisher that says, the shock of hearing of Carstens was murdered and the note from Lynn convinced them to cooperate. Oh, remember, Lynn gave us a note saying we represent her. That was smart. If you ever represented someone, get a note so that you can show it to people. For someone who presumably hated flying, Carstens traveled a lot by plane. Ellery was surprised at the extent of his recent travels. All of Carstens' trips were by jet, and the seat reservations were for Mr. and Mrs. Carstens. Okay. And then there's a whole list of his recent trips, which I don't have this to autofocus, so you're not gonna be able to read that. It's right down there. So let's take a look here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write down that clue 17 is his travel plans, so that we can go back to clue 17 if we need to look it up. So it's actually a large list, but guess where he's traveling constantly? Mexico City. Remember when we went to the ex-crazy girlfriend and she's like, my guy from Mexico comes in with stuff? So 1983, let's confirm what the timeline of this game is in the 83, 84. Mexico City, 2 seats. Berlin, 1 seat. Mexico City, 2 seats. Mexico City, 2 seats. These are all in 1983. Mexico City, 2 seats out and 1 return. October, Mexico City to Paris, 1 seat. 1283, Mexico City, 2 seats. 184, Paris, 1 seat. 184, Paris to Mexico City to New York. So he's traveling Mexico City, Mexico City, Mexico City, and occasionally to Berlin and Paris. I mean, spy or a dealer in stolen Nazi books, stolen Nazi stuff. So two seats, Mr. and Mrs. Carstens. So he's going with a woman, but it's booked as Mrs. Carstens, but was it really Mrs. Carstens? Yeah. A call to Lynn confused Ellery even more. When he asked her about Don's travels, she mentioned his hatred of flying. Then when he asked her about Mexico, she said Don preferred to travel alone, said he could write better in the city where the action took place. I never flew with him. He always dashing off to Europe, but he never mentioned Mexico. All right, so wife's in the dark. He's taking another woman with him on these trips, which gives further credence to the idea that the woman they heard talking to him in the apartment was this other woman, We don't know what he's doing going to Mexico, but it's a big coincidence that this Sue, unstable girlfriend, ex-girlfriend, has this connection in Mexico, and her alibi does not check out really well. So she is like our prime suspect. Was she broken up when we told her about him being dead? We may have to go recheck on her. All right, that was quite. I'm going to put I'll put something here to show that this is actually a location. I guess we don't want to come back here, but we'll want to remember that. So Sue Rockland. Let's read what our original giant paragraph said about her to refresh our memory. I'm looking back at 145 when we talked to the wife. Sue Rockland, a girlfriend from the past, according to Lynn. Sue was a bit unstable, and Don always went out of his way to see her when she was in trouble. So the wife doesn't know this one, right? And doesn't it sound like maybe our guy Don is like, ring, ring, ring. Oh, honey, my unstable girlfriend's having a mental breakdown again. She's having troubles. I better go and comfort her. Like, has nothing. It's not that she's unstable. It's just that that's the excuse he's telling his wife why he's going to check her out. Lynn wasn't sure what Sue did, but she lived in a fashionable building on 3rd Avenue next to Bloomingdale's. And when we visited her, right, she had technological gadgets. Was that right? While we're chasing this down, let's go. Let's remind ourselves all this. 213, which told us to go to 161, and 161 goes to 160. So this is Sue. So I'm going to try to write down that Sue's location is at... Oh, I did write it down. I should have looked it up. The building where Sue Rockland lived has a guard at the entrance. Another hint that that Sue is maybe involved in some spy stuff. So the guard calls her up. She lets us in. Okay. It's elegant, antiques, and the latest electronic toys. I'm getting a vibe that she's a spy, but why is she watching MTV? I don't know. She's over 30, slightly overweight. She heard about Don. How long has it been since you last saw him? Years. Okay, so she's saying years. We've got these flight records, which, if that's her flying, it hasn't been years. He's married. I've run into him twice, maybe 3 times since we used to get together. He didn't need me once he became a hotshot writer. I design things. I'm very artsy. Who would kill him? She says a lot of women. Maybe his wife. He was a puppy dog. Sometimes you had to hug him. I pity the burglar panicked. Where were you the night he's killed? Here, I guess. Yes, here. That is, I had a drink at Adam's Apple. That's where her alibi doesn't check out. Then she claims she comes and goes to sleep. She says maybe the doorman. Did anyone call you? Just Raul, and he's gone back to Mexico. He brings me silver and gems for my designs. He called from the airport to say goodbye. I really have to get going now. It's a pity about Don, but it's not like I've seen him lately. She didn't seem upset. She says, go talk to Bambi. I haven't seen the creep in years. Well, okay, not definitive. Definitely not definitive. I wonder if we could check the phone records if we went to the AT&T, the phone building. I mean, I'm curious to try some of that stuff. Well, before we go check out, I guess we've done that. That's probably turn 9 on us, yeah? All right, let's check out turn 10 and see what this thing we're supposed to read at turn 10 is. And then maybe we'll look at phone records. Don wasn't going with Sue. He wasn't going with his wife. And he wasn't going with his girlfriend that his wife knew about. I'm not sure he wasn't going with Sue. I mean, she's saying he didn't go with them, but I don't know if we believe her. But it could be Bambi. Okay, turn 10. Let's look at 126. Is it one? Did we decide it was 126 in here? 148. Ellery checked in with Lawrence in case he learned anything new. He had. Hal Kirkwood was dead. Oh, the agent was dead. The agent just turned up dead. He was murdered in his office. He had been stabbed several times in both the back and chest. That got grisly. There were some signs of a struggle. The murder occurred late at night. Unfortunately, there was no security in the large building, and Kirkwood's secretary had left at 5 p.m., as usual. The police don't know what to make of it, but they found the wrappings from a brown paper parcel in the wastebasket. The contents had been rectangular and about 3 inches thick. Book? Book, you think? Carstens had mailed Kirkwood the package on the day he died, the day Carstens died. There were hundreds of manuscripts from Kirkwood's other clients, but the police could find nothing from Carstens in the office. So his agent is killed while unwrapping a package that our guy sent him on the day he was killed. So it's like someone knows that Carstens got this manuscript. They go confront him. They kill him. Maybe he reveals that he mailed it to the agent. The same killer tracks down, kills the agent, and sounds like he stole the manuscript, which is confirming our early suspicion that someone wants to get their hands on this manuscript that's going to reveal spy information. So yeah, Hal was dead, murdered in his office. Now, the agent's office is this one, this weird one. Wow, it's really troublesome that we can't go to that office. Kirkwood's office is at 120 in the mobile building. I'm going to look this up one last time to make sure I'm not doing something wrong. 120 in the mobile building is clue 10. We look up 10. It says no clue, but it's got a footnote. Footnote 1. Read index entry 115. What if that means to look up here 115? Which tells us to go to 99. No. Okay. 115, if we were to follow this, it tells us to go to 178. Okay, so it was, all right, so we're going to travel here. And we're going to read the one that we would have gotten before he was killed. And then the one after, because now I have seen what it wants us to do. So just to show you, if you can see it, we looked up location 120 here. That referred us to clue 10. We looked up 10. 10 says no clue. but a tiny footnote that says go to down here. This says read clue index 115 if at location 120 where we are. Now 115, we tried getting it in a couple different ways, but if you look here, there is a 115 down here. 115 says read 178 and then turn 9 and after read 12. So we should have gone here. So we're going to return ourselves here, which was just one turn ago when we tried to go there. And we're going to read 178, and then we're going to read the 1. So this was just rewind yourself. This is what happened before we just learned that he died, which we did go here earlier, so we are allowed to see this. Karsten's agent's office was, does everyone agree with that? Karsten's agent's office was strewn with papers and manuscripts. Ellery wondered how anyone made sense out of the chaos. Hal Kirkwood had a harassed look as if he needed sleep. Hal heard about Don from Sharon Allenton at Barclay. The agent was trying very hard to give the impression he was too busy to be concerned. He kept fussing with his papers and making phone calls, obviously hoping Ellery would leave. When he saw that wasn't going to work, he perched on the arm of a chair and they talked. How have Don's books been doing, we asked. Lousy, Kirkwood answered, shaking his head. The critics have gotten to the point where they don't even review them anymore. Sales stink. I was barely able to place his last one, and he just finished another. He was supposed to mail it to me the day he was killed. There's a rumor he was about to drop you as his agent, Ellery let the implied question hang in the air. Karsten's was a child, a self-indulgent child. The agent reddened with anger. He lost his flair. The plots were terrible, too unreal. Ty Linnell was becoming a cardboard character. Don simply lost it, and he blamed everyone else. I blame his problems on too many women and too much whiskey. Maybe coke. Who knows? Then there were bad feelings between the two of you? Hey, the agent protested, looking annoyed. Not enough to kill him. Sure, I was mad, but I made big bucks off him. When he was good, that is. It's been a long time since he was my most important client, and he demanded a lot of time. When did you see Karsten's last? About 2 weeks ago. He called and asked me to meet him at a little place on the Lower West Side. Tracks, it's called. 179. And this is clue 178. Noisy as hell, but they must know him there. He's got a bar tab. Anyway, he just wanted to give me some more grief about his sales being down and how he thought a good agent should be able to generate some more business. He was drunk and he got pretty abusive. When I left, he was trying to hit on some chick. Where were you when the murder occurred? At Le Sig, 152, having dinner with Hal Egerton. So both of them had the same alibi, being at 152. He's a client, also a writer with a future. Would anyone but Egerton remember you were there? Sure, Kirkwood answered quickly. Ask Brendan, the maitre d'. For $10, he'll have a great memory. I see. So we got there roundabout way. That's why we were surprised when it cost us more than 10 to bribe him. Who would benefit from Karsten's death? Financially? Yeah. Barclay Publishing, for one. If they still have the big insurance policy on him they got after Alpine Assassin. He used to represent a lot of dollars in sales for them, the agent mused. Maybe Lynn, if Don took out a policy on himself. By the way, I thought it was a burglar, Kirkwood said, cocking his head and settling back more comfortably in his chair. He didn't seem so busy now. Maybe it was, Ellery evaded. Who else would have benefited? Any other writers? Well, he and Egerton were competing for a movie deal. Guess Egerton will get it now. The phone rang and Kirkwood got back to the business of promoting, looking as harassed as when Ellery entered. Ellery let himself out. Okay, so we got a new location. We got a bar that he wanted to meet, that he did meet with him, at 179, called Tracks. And where is 179? It's way up right where he lived. Okay. So, I mean, if we're right that it's this manuscript, then it sure doesn't seem like that other author, the movie writer, had anything to do with anything. But we've only talked to the movie guy, not the other co-author, right? Remember, there was a co-author, Stakler. So we haven't seen. Oh, we have seen him. He was working as a bartender at Tavern on the Green. So that actually wasn't that interesting. But what? Oh, that's the bar. Okay, so before we go to the bar, now fast forward, we find out he's killed, right? So we wake up, we realize he's killed. Now we're gonna travel over there after he's killed and look it up. I agree with you. The comments about the footnotes are crazy. This is why the Sherlock Holmes system makes much more sense, because this is trying to have all these footnotes so that you use the same chart for different cases. It's crazy. You should just be making one chart for the case that directs you right to where it should be with special instructions. It's insanity. And this came out after Sherlock Holmes, so I don't know what the excuse for it is. Okay, so turn 9 and after is 12. Okay, so now we go back to his office after he's been killed. The office was guarded by a uniformed officer. No one was being admitted except the police lab and coroner's office, so they won't let us in. So if you hadn't tracked him down by then, you wouldn't find out about the tracks bar. Okay, so that's that one taken care of. Well, I mean, why is this one gold? Does anyone remember why 152 is gold? What was there? That was dinner. That was the dinner. I'm not sure why. Did we not know what to find there? $152 goes to 28, which tells us before Turner. Oh, it was telling us we should come back. 25. Oh, that was when we went to the bar. He confirms their alibi that our agent and the other movie screenwriter were there. They left at 2 a.m. when they closed. Okay, so we did take care of this one. We don't need it to be there. All right. Well, we've cleared out. Sorry, this should be green. We did take care of this. We've cleared out most of this area, but we did find out about this new bar where our guy was at and asked to meet with his agent. So maybe before we head down here, we should check out that bar that we just got the lead to. Let's do it. So we're going to travel from Midtown to the Lower West Side. That only costs us 1. I think we're on turn 12 now. And we're going to use our second clue to look into 179, the tracks bar. Which, let's just for the flavor text. I can't believe I'm still spending time in flavor text after 3 hours. Let's look up at what it says about the tracks bar. The bibliophile / tracks. The bibliophile bookstore specializes in drama, poetry, and literature. The bar called Tracks is the haunt of mid-level record company executives and thus a number of anxious rock stars. I don't remember such a place, but I never spent that much time. I mean, I walked by there all the time. I used to walk from my house up there and up Broadway, but never spent any time there. Okay, so let's look it up, the tracks. Let's go in there and see what the bartender remembers. So 75 goes to 28. We didn't see 28 yet. The bartender was in a talkative mood. Carstens came here occasionally, Get a lot of authors here. Wouldn't have known who he was, but I was reading French Kiss and his picture was on the back. You know, a customer once told me I look like that Thai fellow he writes about. Carstens always sat in the corner waiting for this chick, this brunette. Soon as he got here, he'd leave. Old dame, about as old as him. Not much of a looker. Big name author ought to be able to do better than that. Ellery started to say something, then thought better of it. Okay, so we're being given a clue about this woman now. She's his age, older, and a brunette. Now, and not very good looking. Now, what do we know about his age? We know our guy is 31, and we know he grew up with the wife. I'm looking at the introduction. That would put them about the same age, right? Does anyone remember any details when we read it about Carsten's age? Don's first wife. Lynn, who had Don and Lynn. Lynn, who had a sheltered life. Well, I don't see his age here. We have this long conversation with her, though. Anyone remember in the comments if we ever got something about his age? I mean, he's written several books that should put him, you would think, well into his 30s, maybe 40s, right? It says Ellery Queen was 31, though. Makes sense, though, that if his wife is younger. If we don't know anything about his age and we assume that he's somewhere 40-ish in that range, late 30s, early 40s, and we still suspect Sue, what we're told about Sue's age, right? I think I remember this Sue's age. Rocklin herself was over 30 and running slightly to overweight. So it's possible that Sue is the woman he's meeting. Are we told whether she's blonde or brunette? And what about Bambi? She goes to the Adam's apple. When we looked up the Adam's apple guy, I just want to look up and see if that bartender who remembers her tells us that she was a blonde. So that was 208, which bumped us to 6. No, that can't be right. Adam's apple, maybe that was clue 208. Can't be clue 208 because that doesn't exist. Where was the Adam's apple? Boy, this is really can be tricky to find this stuff, huh? I've written down 208. 208 goes to 73. 73 goes to 113. That sounds like it's probably it. I just want to see. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to write down this is clue 113. 3. So, he's a regular. He was always here with a woman. Haven't seen her around. No. Ellery resisted the urge to come on the yeah. an older man he thought he recognized as the author. So Sue might be a little young. If our author's like 40-something, maybe we're looking for another woman who's older, brunette. All right, let's keep our eyes open. And now someone remind me of what we just read at the... Oh, the bar guy said he's always with a woman. Okay, at the Trax bar. All right, it's 3 hours and 10 minutes. If we keep with our idea of taking a 5-minute break every hour or so, this might be a good time to take yet another little break. This is more breaks than we normally take, but I feel like this one we might need it. So we will see you in 5 minutes. back. You're watching Co-op for Two. Greg has the night off. Broadcasting live Friday, the night of Friday, January 22nd. It's 3:10 a.m. and we're halfway into the case. I have a feeling this may go on. I don't know if does YouTube have a limit to the length of the stream. If we stop streaming, it cancels and goes to part 2, but I don't think anyone's watching, so maybe it doesn't matter if we were to stop it and come back, but let's continue. And in the chat, there's a majority of people voting for a full review of the clues, which I don't know if I have a good grasp, but I'll see if I can wrap up the basics. Our guy's an author. He's desperate. He's decided to write a book that's going to reveal some information and prove that his stories are not so outlandish. It sounds like he was going to write a nonfiction book revealing some information out of desperation. He's got a bunch of people who don't like him, but whatever. That seems secondary. He's a womanizer, so he's hooked up with lots of girls, lots of women in different ways. He's got one mysterious one, Sue, who he's told his wife he goes and helps out. He's got an ex-wife, which we haven't talked to yet, which we're going to talk to right now in a second. But his agent has told us that he was planning to mail him the early copy of this new dangerous manuscript, who our author was very nervous about for the last couple of weeks, knew he was in danger, was paranoid that someone was out to get him, probably someone he was writing about. The agent ends up getting killed yesterday. And in the agent's office is what looks like the bag, the wrapping that the draft manuscript came in. There's no sign of it anywhere. And the agent is stabbed to death brutally, front and back. Our guy was killed with one of his own daggers, hunched over the laptop. Not laptop, his Apple computer. But maybe it sounds like the first killing was our author, and then they stole the daggers, and now they've killed the publisher, the agent, to get this copy of this manuscript. And now the killer has gotten away with this manuscript, maybe, that he doesn't want published. The other piece of information we have is that our guy is seen with this old woman constantly at this bar, like his contact. I still think he's involved in some sort of spy stuff. We know she's a brunette and she's old as he is, although we're not sure about his age, maybe 40s. So we're on the lookout for this woman. It could be the ex-wife, who we're going to go talk to now, and we're going to keep an ear out and an eye out to see if she's brunette and older. Another piece of very interesting information clue is that he's told everyone he's afraid of flying, and yet we've got records at the travel agent that he's constantly flying to Mexico, Paris, Berlin, back and forth, and often traveling with a woman who he's listed as Miss Carstens. So it's not clear why he's doing this, what his thing was. But the other thing that's also a little unclear is we've got dates. We've got dates that are in 83, 84, and now. So a question for you is was that 4 years ago? Is this supposed to be set in 87? We don't have an actual year for this case. So it's not clear to me if those flight records are from like yesterday or 3 years ago. I don't know. So that's my summary of my memory of what we know. Please chime in the chats if you can remember stuff that I don't. I sure hope you do. So here we are. It's turn 12. On turn 18, something's going to happen. Maybe they'll force us to end the case. I don't know. So maybe we're further on than half. But I think it's time to talk to the ex-wife, Pat. Something else from the 40s, not the 80s. Plane travelers were not identified as Mrs. anyway. They just had their own names in the 80s. Don't forget, this is Upper West Side, Upper East Side. They may be different from the way we lived, Zach. All right, so let's go to turn 13. Let's travel down to Chelsea, where I went to junior high school in the Clinton Project. Clinton program? Clinton program. I wrote a short story called The Clinton, one of them. One of them was the real school, and one of them was the made-up story of the school that Zach kept records of and stuff. How old is the publisher, and is she a brunette? The publisher, yeah, that's a good question. What was the publisher's, is the publisher Sharon Allenton, Don's publisher, in the CBS building 147. We went there. What did we find out from her? Let's look it up before we talk to our person. Let's remind ourselves. 147 went to 45, which we have to look up here. 145 told us to go to 20. No, that's not right. The publisher, Sharon Allenton, was at 147. 147 goes to 45. 45 goes to 170. It is tricky. Okay, so Sharon Allenton was a surprisingly young blonde. So that was actually a good idea to check her out. So we know that Sharon Allenton, the publisher, was not the one that he was meeting at the Trax bar. Not that we really thought she was. I mean, she didn't seem like she was into this. She wasn't into nefarious stuff. Okay, here we are. We've traveled for one to Chelsea. As our second action of turn 13, we are going to talk to the ex-wife, Pat. So that's location 89, which tells us to go to 127. 127 tells us to go to 51. It's numbers going to numbers too. It's very easy to look at the wrong column. When she opened the door to admit Ellery, there could be no question Pat was a busy person. The floor of her apartment was strewn with sketches and swatches of fabric. Whatever she did, it looked interesting. Don's ex-wife didn't even appear sorry he was dead. At first, Ellery thought she wouldn't talk to him. Then she couldn't say enough about what a rat Don was and how glad she was someone did him in. They spent quite a while discussing Don, and behind the vehemence, Ellery got a glimpse of what Don was like before he met Lynn. It was a strange picture, incomplete, although Pat didn't seem to be holding anything back. She and Don had known each other for only a few months when they got married. He wanted the stability and the company, something he never had as a child. She wanted to be married. They got along well enough until she found out about his cheating. A lot of his research trips were actually jaunts with his various girlfriends. He traveled so much, he had a special account at a travel agency in the Empire State Building. That's the one we already went to. Barclay Publishing was picking up the tab since he became a top seller. But it wasn't the money, she explained in outraged tones. Don always brought home all the money they needed. Pat wanted more out of marriage. When she told him to choose between her and all the others, he chose the others. It was a bitter divorce. Afterwards, she struggled to make ends meet. She could never prove Don had any real income until his books caught on. And by then, they were long since divorced, and she had a good job. Just last week, the court ruled it wouldn't extend her alimony. Sorry, so there's a motive for her being angry. The longer she talked about life with Don, the less angry Pat sounded. She was bitter about his playing around, but otherwise her recollections about their married days began to sound almost wistful. So she knew him before he was famous. But if we are looking for the mystery argument in his apartment, arguing over the alimony, could be one. Don't forget, that might be separate from whoever killed him. So but he had to buzz someone in. And Pat. Okay, so we don't know her age or whether she's a brunette. Just that she's busy. All right, well, I didn't get any good clues from there. I mean, she was another way to get to the travel agent. You say the Mexico trips are not relevant. No, I disagree with that. I think they are relevant, and especially from a gamey perspective. Now we've been directed to those travel agent records in 2 different paths. That's often a clue that the game is trying to tell us those are important for us. So I wish we knew better about... But we know it wasn't traveling with Pat. Pat thinks he's traveling with other women. And in fact, he is. And it's not Lynn and it's not Pat. It could still be Bambi, but Bambi sounds like she's hooked up with this other guy. Now, that was an interesting thing about Bambi. I'm curious to read again what it said about her. I think we should reread what it said about Bambi. Although she's not old, right? She's like a deer in a headlight. Let's go let's reread Bambi just to make sure we're not missing something important. 106. So Bambi was clue 106 because there's something weird about how it ended a conversation with her. I'll just skim it here. She was small, dark-haired, and lithe. So she's brunette, but how old is she? She's got her suitcase filled with books. She noticed Ellery eyeing the suitcase and began to talk. I've had it with this town. It eats people alive. Could you tell me where you were last night? None of your business. Then she says, I guess it doesn't matter. I was with Norman all night. I could never have stabbed Dawn. Ellery was inclined to believe her, but he couldn't be sure she wasn't just a good actress. Who's Norman? I met him through Don. He's an executive in sales at Barclay. He's on the road a lot. We met at a sales meeting. I sense that he cared about people. I can give you his phone number. A quick call to Norman confirms Bambi's story. A quick call to nervous Norman confirms Bambi's story. He really did sound like a nice guy, knew all about Don, and was concerned about how Bambi was taking the death. Ellery wondered why Bambi was running around with a womanizer like Karsten's. She stopped Ellery cold just as he was ready to leave. I know who killed Don. It was a flat statement. Who? Ellery asked. Someone from his past. He was working on something that caused a lot of trouble for someone. He wouldn't tell me who. I think Don expected that might happen. Maybe the excitement appealed to him. So she's saying it's someone from his past that he was going to talk to. She says she's going back. We say, the police may want you to stay in town. I already spoke with him. He says I can leave tomorrow. I'll be at my mother's. She's in the book. Her first name is Margaret. I'm Priscilla. At least Ellery knew now why she called herself Bambi. I'll be at my mother's. Her first name is Margaret, and I'm Priscilla. Does that tell you anything about where we'd follow up to find her? Like, is that telling us something about where her first name is Margaret? I'm Priscilla. I don't know if that's supposed to tell us something about how to locate whose house she's at before she leaves. But it's possible that Greg would not have the patience for all this. So maybe he dodged a bullet. I want to read the description of Bambi. Bambi Nielsen, current girlfriend. Bambi lived in a walk-up next to one of the off-Broadway theaters on 42nd Street. Wynn actually sounded as if she approved of this girl. He had trouble believing anybody was really called Bambi. Okay, it doesn't sound anything about it, but it kind of sounds like she was probably on the youngest side. Like she was the girlfriend, not this old woman at the bar. So I think there may still be another woman we're looking for, but it could be Sue or it could be the ex-wife. Well, what have we got left? We've got 2 locations left, I think. One at the Brooklyn Bridge. Who was at the Brooklyn Bridge area? Where did we get that clue? The co-author. That does not sound like a great lead, to be honest. But I think we go there. We talk to the co-author. We try to remember what this clue was. And then we might start digging into the directory of Manhattan and see if we might trace phone records or something like that. It's weird. Sherlock Holmes has experts you can go to. And we should keep our eye open for these corrections. The first clue numbered 138, 187, 188. So if you see me say 137, 186, 187, 188, let's remember to look this up. But all right, I think we go to the Brooklyn Bridge and talk to this co-author. He's way downtown. So we're going to go... What's the fastest way to get there? 1, 2, that would be a turn. And then Lower East Side is another turn, half a turn. And then we've got an action to look up this Brooklyn Bridge location. 42. 42 tells us to go to 50. And 50 tells us to go to 130. Okay, and I'm going to write this down. It's clue 130. Okay, clue 130. No one answered at Stakler's apartment. Frustrated, Ellery stood in the poorly lit hallway, looking at the pattern of cabbage roses on the peeling wallpaper. Finally, a neighbor informed him Stakler was out of town. It seems he was supposed to be a guest at a mystery writers convention and workshop in Hong Kong, and the convention's promoters helped pay his airfare. He'd been gone 4 days and wasn't due back until next week. Before he left, Stakler was spending a lot of time at the Chinese Museum researching a new book. The Chinese Museum in 34. So 34 is the Chinese Museum that Stakler is hanging out. So let's put a marker in 34 and we get to go to Chinatown. And we turn this into a green. So he's disappeared. He's been gone for 4 days. That certainly sounds like he can't be our killer if he really was gone. Do you remember what was down here? What was the clue? 22. Oh, that was the police lab. That's why we marked it in gold because we aren't sure that it's relevant. Okay, well, since we are here and since we're going to Chinatown, we're now on turn 15. Let's do the Chinatown clue, and then this is the inset. So let's also, in fact, let's start out at the police precinct just to see if it's the police headquarters, just to see if they've got anything interesting for us. So the police headquarters, if you'll remember, was 22. So let's look up 22. 22 says go to 54. 54 says no clue. All right, so there's nothing for us at the police center. That was one action. Second action is going to be this museum in Chinatown, 34. Okay, 34 says 65. 65 says 18. and 18, which we'll just write down here. Clue 18. The Chinese museum was packed with display cases and sculptures. The guard at the door remembered Stakor, but said he hadn't been there in more than a week. The guard remembered seeing Stakor eating at Hong Fat 33 several times and suggested that someone there might know him. This almost sounds like a red herring, like we're chasing down this league, but the co-author has nothing to do with it. But we don't have much else to go on. So let's put a marker at Hung Fat, which I don't remember if we've ever eaten that in real life, which is 33 right next door. We did go to Chinatown quite often. My father loved going to the Chinese restaurants at Chinatown. As a kid, I was terrified of the skinned ducks hanging down from the window. Now, what else was in Chinatown that we would go to, Zach? Zach is still in the channel. Let's see what if Zach can remember to the other thing in Chinatown that was so cool. I'll give you a hint. Chicken. There was a chicken in there. Let's wait a couple seconds and take one of these rare breaks and see what Zach has to say. There's a delay, so I'm going to wait for the delay. Well, if I don't see anything quick, I'm just going to give you the answer to the surprise. All right, I don't see anything. In Chinatown was one of the... There used to be... No, not fireworks. We did go down to Canal Street to buy illegal fireworks, Zach. Not Chinatown. Canal Street was the illegal fireworks sold by all the Italian gangster kids. No, in Chinatown there was an arcade. There was a video arcade. It's not there anymore, I believe, but it was one of the... There used to be a lot of video arcades down on 42nd Street. But after those all went away, Chinatown still had one of the old arcades. It was a big arcade, lots of old video games, but it also had a chicken. It had a tic-tac-toe chicken that would play tic-tac-toe against you. You put in a quarter and he could beat you. And if you search on the internet, you will find the name of that arcade and the name of that chicken. Okay. But I don't remember the restaurants we used to go to. We used to get sesame noodles and scallion pancakes. Those scallion pancakes, I feel like I could eat one right now. All right, let's go to Hung Fat and order some scallion pancakes and cold sesame noodles. 33, which is 160. 160 is 187. Clue 187. Are you getting a little bit of flavor of traveling around Manhattan? Okay, so I talked and I forgot. This says 187, but I don't see, that doesn't seem right. So Hung Fat was 33. Pretty sure of that. 33 says to look up 160. 160 says to look up 187. 187 has nothing to do with our case. Oh, that was our footnote correction. The first clue numbered 187 is actually clue 186. Yikes. Okay. There is no number 186 in here. Oh, I see. Okay, so there's a little typo in the book. They left out a clue, so you have to move everything down. So 187 is actually 187. This is actually 186. And there's two 180s. Can you see that little typo? Here, look. So there's actually a 188 and a 188. So they missed They missed 186 and renumbered these wrong. Okay, so here's our entry here. Honestly, I am having fun sharing this insane experience with someone. Someone may watch this one day. I mean, I feel like the fact that this was created in 1986, right? So how many years ago was that? 20, 40, a little less than 40, 35 years ago, right? That's a long time ago. And we're now traveled back in time and we're experiencing the errors and working our way around the messiness. Okay. After ordering tea, the author took a few minutes to relax. The aroma of Chinese cooking and the rumbling of approaching heartburn made him regret the hot dog he bought an hour earlier from a street vendor. The register girl at Hung Fat didn't know what to make of Ellery. Her English was a little spotty. He told her he was looking for anyone who knew Stakler, and she directed him to an elderly Oriental sitting at a corner table. The man was a curator at the Chinese Museum. He helped Stakler to research Chinese dragon myths, and he made arrangements for a curator at the San Francisco Museum to assist Stakler this week. Stakler called from San Francisco yesterday to thank him, and he volunteered to bring back a few ancient manuscripts to the San Francisco curator was sending to New York. Bring back a few ancient manuscripts the San Francisco curator was sending to New York. So, seems like just a complete red herring that this co-author was just researching his book. It doesn't seem like anything to do with us. Which we kind of thought. But now, wow, look at this situation we're in. We're down at 16. We have no open clues. We have no open explicit clues that I can remember. What does that mean for us? Oh, there's an event that's going to happen in 2 days that might open up some stuff. But boy, that is, that's a little tricky for us, right? I mean, I'm not sure. Unless we missed one of these typos, the next step might be for us to like think of a place we would go. I mean, I'm curious to go to the communications telephone company to see if we can get records. I mean, shall we try that? The New York Telephone Company is, and the New York Phone Company is 32 and 56. So they're in our area. So I think maybe we should go check those out, right? I mean, they're right next door to us. Where exactly are they? I mean, I don't know if that's something that Ellery has pulled enough to get. Oh, they're right here, which is in our area. Are they? It says that the New York Phone Company is 32, which looks like it should be here. Yeah, there it is at the Civic Center. So let's travel for one. I don't know if we're on turn 16 or 17. I'm going to say we're on... Let's just make it there as the end of 16. All right, so now we're on turn 17. We've got 2 actions. Let's go to the phone company and see if they'll give us records. There's 2 phone companies. There's a telephone company and the phone company. All right, let's look it up. Let's look up the phone company. There is a very cool AT&T building downtown that looks like a alien mothership dropped. Zach, do you know the building I'm talking about with those big, it looks like almost pinball chutes coming out of it? Check out our contacts at the Mysterious Bookshop. That's really interesting. I sort of took the rule saying that there'll be a clue that says, but I think you might be right. I think we should go to the Mysterious Bookshop next. Let's do the phone company first, and then we'll start traveling around Soho a little bit. Maybe we'll hit the Holography Museum just for the hell of it. See what's going on. Okay, so we're going to go, since we're there, to, what did we say? We said the New York Phone Company 32. So 32 brings us to 38. 38 brings us to no clue. All right, so nothing there. Seems unlikely that the other phone company would be of any value to us in that case. Where was the mystery bookshop? Let's look. Back when there used to be bookshops in New York City. Does anyone remember where the bookshop was? The AT&T building with no windows. Yeah, I think that's right. That's the one I'm thinking of. Oh, on our guide. Okay, so our guide has places. Okay. Wall Street Journal, Mystery Bookshop 136. And the Federal Building 26. Okay, well, we're in the Federal Building area. So let us go and see what the Federal Building has for us. So 26, now we're going to learn whether those contacts really mean anything. 26 goes to 79. 79 says no clue, but it says footnote 2. Read index 23. So there is something there at our contact. Good thinking. 23, and I'm not sure whether that means look up this or 23, so I'm going to look up this thing at 23, and then if it's not here, I'll look it up there. So 23, yes, okay, so it's here. It says no clue, but if you have a contact, go to number 46. Turn 14, go to 143. Turn 15 and after, 58 only. So it sounds like, since we got there late, it's not exactly clear to me. It says contact 46. So we're going to read contact 46 and see if it's interesting information. So this is we've got because we've got a contact. So Zach broke the case open by telling us to go to the Federal Building. We can only read this because we have a contact at the Federal Building. Karstens may have been involved in smuggling drugs from South America years ago. For several years, he was suspected of being a courier. So that is bookshop is 26? What did we look up? I thought we went to the Federal Building. Federal Building is 26. Federal Building is 26. Okay, so we're at the Federal Building. We've got some contacts. They're telling us that he was a drug courier in his past life several years ago. So that's all his traveling to Mexico and Paris makes sense now. So he was a drug courier probably. Yes, okay. Now, if we follow the rest of this, if we were at turn 14, we'd read one thing, but it's turn 15 and after 58. So now let's read 58. Asking about Karstens got Ellery hustled into the chrome and glass office. Anyone would get this who went to the Federal Building. Hustled into the chrome and glass office of a nattily dressed young official. The back wall was hung with maps of Manhattan and the 50 states with colored pins stuck here and there in them. For a moment, Ellery wondered what crimes or activities these pins might represent. The official, introducing himself as Scott Wilson, got right to the point. I believe I can save you some effort. We've had a tail on Garcia for several weeks. On the night Karstens was killed, he was in New Jersey collecting from his operators down there. We can't think of any reason he would order Karsten's murder. We've had taps and bugs on Garcia for weeks. Karsten's was never mentioned. What was Karsten's connection to Garcia? So, presumably another clue would lead us to the federal building, learning about this guy Garcia, who looks like he's probably a drug lord. Maybe, was it Raul? Is it possible it's Raul Garcia, the one that Sue said was a dealer, an art dealer? Your friend used his travels as a cover to bring in quantities of pure heroin and cocaine. We've known about it for several years, but we didn't arrest him. We were hoping to nail Garcia. We actually tried once, but he must have gotten spooked and passed the dope to someone else. He was clean. He often traveled with a woman companion. Now, with Karsten's dead, we have to wait for a successor. We'll pick up as much of his operation as hasn't disappeared already. Who was the woman? No definite ID. She changed her appearance a lot, hair color and the like. But we suspect it was the same woman all the time. They never sat together on the flights or spoke in the airports. We didn't even suspect her until her arrest was blown. Soon after that, he quit making the run, making too much money writing books, I guess. I didn't think there was that much narcotics coming in through Europe. Most of this came through Mexico from Colombia, Garcia's home. He was probably fronting for some of the heavies down there. Karsten's was always clean on his European trips. So Raul's going to be Raul Garcia, right? The one that when we visited Sue, she says about Raul, who's bringing back stuff, right? It's going to be Raul Garcia. She says, anyone call you that evening? Just Raul. He had gone back to Mexico. So, he used to be a drug courier. He stops. He's traveling, moving drugs with a woman to Mexico. He decides to write about it. That gets him killed. But we don't know which woman it was. It's not going to be his wife. But we've got his ex-wife. We've got Sue. And we've got Bambi. But which one? Where did Sue live? Sue lived 213. She's the past girlfriend. 213 up here, not too far away. Pat, the ex-wife, was way back town. But Pat, the ex-wife, was the one that knew him from the old days before he was a writer, right? So is it... When was he married to Pat? Let's read the introduction again. Pat, Don's wife, comes out of hiding to make a scene. Too many opinions. She made no bones about her bitterness over the breakup, her dislike she felt was a homewrecker. She showed up at conventions hoping to embarrass him. She doesn't sound like she was the drug dealer afraid he was going to reveal information, right? She's getting alimony. Yeah, I think it's going to be Sue, the ex-girlfriend, who calls him when she gets in trouble. She's still dealing drugs with Raul. And maybe they both went over there and Raul killed him. So if we think it's Sue, I mean, it's a good bet that it's Sue. And she is older. She might be the old woman that he sees her with. Where would we, what further information could we track down to get more information on Sue? We looked up Sue. You write in the comments, and anyone listening, and I'll read what you say in a second. I'm just going to read this thing about Sue. She's got a guard. She's watching MTV. Over 30, overweight. That sounds like someone the bartender would be like, he could do better. Why is he hanging out with her? She lies about her alibi. Anyone call you that evening? Just Raul, and he's gone back to Mexico. He called me from the airport to say goodbye. I really have to go. Talk to his current girlfriend, Bambi. Haven't seen that creep in years. I mean, if it is Sue, where do we go to get confirmation? And we'd like to get more information on Raul, this guy that was flying in from Mexico, right? Let's see what the chat says. She's still blackmailing him now that he's a successful writer. I don't know if she's blackmailing him because he's going to write about all this stuff. But it does make sense if she's still got contacts in Mexico and she's still dealing, that she would be very sensitive to that information being revealed. Well, there are a couple of places we could, if we look at our guide, right? I mean, we could go to the mystery bookshop just because our guy has some contacts there. We could, let's look at our introduction again. I thought he was a spy, but okay, he's a... Well, we're about to hit 18. We're about to have this event happen at 18. So maybe we let that event happen. Let's head up to the mystery bookshop and see what that's all about. So let's just move ourselves out of this area into Little Italy. Or Lower Broadway. And let's let this event happen and see if that gives us any more information. Turn 18, this is our last event. We go to 136. 136 says 171. So let's read 171. Lynn Castle's agent called and confirmed that she was with the author until after midnight. They celebrated the sale of Lynn's latest gothic romance with dinner and the newest Disney Studios release. Okay, so the agent finally got back to us after she came back from her trip. She said it wasn't the wife. Okay. Well, that's all of our events. Now it's just on us. It's just on us. I don't know what this is doing here. 41, was that a location of interest to us? I don't think so. Let me just look at what 41 is in cases of 19th century tenements. No, not really. And that was nothing there. Well, we've got a tricky situation here. We may have overlooked something. Let's look back at our we went to 89. We did the wife. We did Bambi. Although Bambi said she's staying at her mother's, and I didn't understand if that was telling us something. The agent was killed. He got a package. We chased down most of those leads. We tried going to the post station, the police lab. There was nothing there. We're very suspicious of Sue, but we don't know how to get more information about her. We know where she lives. We could see if there's someplace near her that might be. We went to the bar. He didn't really recognize her. Let's look at 145 again and make sure there's nothing we missed there. So I have a suggestion that maybe we check out an antique shop, see if maybe those daggers are trying to be pawned by someone, or someone might know something about it. Maybe the mystery bookshop as well. Who else would he tell? What about the computer? Right? There's a big deal made about the fact that he was leaning over this computer. Bloomingdale's house office, the publisher. I'm just looking for more clues that we might have missed here. Yeah, I don't see any numbered clues here. I mean, it's very possible that we missed some other stuff. All right, it's time to check out more of his contacts and maybe check out an antique shop. So let's see. I'm curious about museums also, right? Didn't she say... Didn't our suspected person, which was 160, he brings silver and gems for my designs. He called from the airport. Jewelry. There's Tiffany and Cartier. Boy, those do not sound like places where we would find our information. Where is our person? Sue lives. Okay. Sue lives at 213. Sue lives here. If we look up 213, nearby locations, let's just see if there's anything near her that jumps out at us as where she might hang out. Magic Townhouse, Public Library, China House. She's bringing back heroin. Is that why they were down in Chinatown all the time? We went to the airlines building. Pan American Metroport. I don't even know what that is. Do you know what that is, Zach? Pan Am Metroport. I mean, Pan Am doesn't exist anymore, but I don't even know what the hell that is. Airlines, but I mean the airports in New York City are JFK, LaGuardia, and JFK, LaGuardia, LGA, JFK, and what's the one I'm blanking on? Newark, New Jersey Airport. Well, those aren't in here. He didn't like to fly. So another place that might have information would be some international, like, government building. It's interesting because in the Sherlock Holmes game, you've got like 12 people that almost always have something useful to say. There's like the medical guy, this guy. So you've got often at least like 12 or so good places to go to get newspaper stuff. Whereas this one is not giving you much of a clue where you might go, except what's on here. All right, since we got no more events, boy, you guys, it's 4 hours in. This is wonderful that this is actually, you know, this is gonna be a test of our endurance, which is what a lot of these games are. They're little tests of patience and endurance. So it's 4 a.m. There's no rush. Got a couple more hours. Everyone's gonna be super exhausted, including me, but that's all right. So I think for the fun of it, let's go to some of these other places where he's got contacts. So actually, he's got some contacts at the Wall Street Journal. They're pretty smart. Maybe they know. So let's travel for 2. It looks like about 2. That's another turn. And now we're going to talk to our people at the Wall Street Journal. And Wall Street Journal is number 17. So let's see what 17 has for us. 17 goes to 110. 110 says no clue. Okay. Our contact at the Wall Street Journal was not helpful. Shall we go up to the mystery bookshop? I guess we're going to just sort of cover these, and then we're going to have to start thinking a little harder about. I do want to see if there's some international. I guess it would make sense to go sort of on the way. There's consulate, Chinese mission to the United Nations, World Trade Center. Might be nice to go to the World Trade Center for old time's sake. All right, we're right there. Let's go to the World Trade Center, which doesn't really exist anymore. Let's just see if there's anything there. We're like sightseeing while we're solving this case. So 54, I think there's going to be a no clue. All right, so we just checked it out. My mother worked in the World Trade Center for a couple years, by the way. And when 9/11 happened, I was up in Champaign for graduate school and got a call on my answering machine from Rob Burton, who I mentioned earlier, was one of my best friends from high school. And he was working down in Lower Manhattan. And he called and left a message saying, big explosions, dust filling the streets. That was the beginning when I got up and turned on the news. So that was insanity. Okay. Well, there is a customs house. We went to the federal building, and there's international trade 26, 27. Maybe we do hit these while we're down here. So let's move ourselves back here. It's kind of 2 actions. We'll move ourselves down here. Let's talk to the customs house and the international trade. Maybe they know more about this this drug dealing. So Customs House is 3. So 3 says 99. 99 says no clue. International trade is 27. 27 says 54. So you're getting a picture like 54 was seen in 44. That's a no clue. All right. So no one there has any information. Mexico, huh? Mexico was his information. If we've got anything with Mexico in it. Diplomacy, World Trade Center, United Nations. This was areas of expertise. I still think an antique shop might be useful, but I'm also a little bit curious about airlines information. It's a little further away. Museum. Hangouts, Stuyvesant Square. Smoke shop. Police headquarters we checked out. United States Courthouse. Would that have any information for us? We're right there. Okay, I'm going to check it out. I'm going to check out the courthouse and county court just for the hell of it. It's 23 and 24. They're probably no clue things, but let's see. 23 goes to 110. I believe we know that's a no clue. 24 is 44. Actually, 24 does have something. So how did we get that? County court. Maybe that's going to be about his alimony, remember? She was upset about. So 24 is New York County Court. So when we look that up, 24 directed us at 44. 44 brought us... Oh, no, 44 is no clue. 24 goes to 44. 44 is no clue. Okay, sorry, I was wrong about that. All right, it must be down here. Well, we might have to head uptown and check out the mysterious bookshop. I'd hate to have to go revisit these clues and look them up again. It's a pretty... Did we look up 27 international trade? I'm fairly sure we must have. Let's just double check. 54, yeah. Wow. You can go visit the governor's mansion. Or not the governor, the mayor of the city. Go to the village gate. Go hear Bob Dylan. Not in the 80s, but still. I'm just looking at other buildings in case there are places. I thought I would like to find a little antique shop that woman might, but if she's not selling antiques. Airlines, boy, I'm just, like, we know he's taking those airlines, but we don't know who he's traveling with. It sure would be nice to get some confirmation about that. But they're not downtown anyway. And what about like a taxi cab? If the guy took a taxi somewhere? Hall of Records and Surrogate Court 20. Let's just make sure. 20 is 118. 118. Oh, it's 20 that was useful. Okay, so we're going to go to 20, which was something we just saw. Government. Hall of Records. I thought I just looked up that up. 20 goes to 118. And 118 says 87. Or if we have a contact or expertise in government, which we do, we get some extra information. So we don't have a contact, so we can't look up that, but we are an expert in government. So Hall of Records Surrogate Court is 87. So let's write down this right before we left here. We checked out the Hall of Records. 20 court led us to 118, which led us to 87. Kind of confusing. Well, let's see what we've got here. The Hall of Records was crowded, and it took Ellery several minutes to get an elevator to the correct floor. Except for 3 decks, the entire floor was filled with bound records and microfiche. Don must have had some rough times before his first marriage. His records showed 2 convictions in the early 70s for possession of controlled substances. Ellery wondered whether Lynn was aware of Don's record. So just more confirmation that he's involved in drug trade. Is it possible he's meeting to hand off drugs at that Trax bar near his house? Or at that other bar he was at? All right, let's read what we get because we're an expert in government. 119. Because we have some expertise. Arrest record. Oh, we got to see the arrest record. Arrest record for Donald Carston. June 1967, arrested and conviction for possession of more than 1 gram of marijuana fined. Arrested with no conviction for possession of marijuana in October 69, April 71, June 73, March 74. December 78, arrested and convicted for possession of less than 1 gram of cocaine. Just flavor text. No actual help for us. But Court of Records did have some information. Not the courthouse, but the Hall of Records. Then there's also United States Courthouse, County Court, State of New York, Federal Building, Criminal Courts. Wow, are we supposed to... Let's go to the film. I mean, I guess we're going to hang out here and learn all about his history. Let's just look for some of this stuff here. Most of it should be irrelevant. So let's go to we went to the police headquarters. The United States Courthouse was 23. That was 110. That was a nothing. County Court was a nothing. Federal Building. Federal Building we went to already. That's right, we got that good information. International Trade, I think we looked that up and didn't find anything good. Yeah, 54. Criminal Courts, 29. Let's see if that's also got his information about it. 29 gives us to 143. 143 is no clue. Okay, let's just move ourselves a little bit ahead. Civil Court and Family Court. Well, let's look at Family Court and see if we can find history on his alimony. Family Court is 30. 30 says 143. I feel like we looked at that. No clue. Post office. He did have to mail that. Do you think he mailed that from down here? No, sorry, that's not downtown. Let's put a thing here at this post office, 94. And let's make a note that we might want to check out. 94 post office. I don't know if there are any other post. Oh, here are all the governments. Okay, that's the only post office in our thing. So is there anything else downtown that we want to look at? This is where Greg makes us try to solve it. He doesn't let me spend the extra 4 hours scraping at the bottom of the barrel. Zach says, I'm just terrified the typos are going to turn out to be the real culprit, like we should have received a key clue, but a typo stopped us. It's absolutely possible that a typo stopped us from getting a key clue, or a mistake of reading something stopped us from getting a key clue. It's absolutely possible. Absolutely possible. But there's nothing to do but to go on with the assumption that we didn't. Hey, we could go to a bank and see if he had an account at a bank somewhere. Customs house. Did we already go to the customs house? Because that seems like it could be. I think we did, didn't I? I wanted us to go there. But what about bank? Where are the banks in this place? Banking. So we've got, they're all downtown where we are, 12, 13. All right, so I'm going to move us back to Wall Street. We've just been walking around downtown for a long time. We're going to check these banks to see if they got if he has an account. I'm not sure they'd give us the information. Okay, we're going to check out Chase Manhattan Bank, which is there. That was my father's bank. Not in Wall Street, but okay, there was, I guess Chase has different banks all over. Let's check it out, though. 12 goes to 38, and 38 says no clue. Okay. Federal Reserve Bank is 13. 13 goes to 14. 14 says no clue, but has a footnote, which is not relevant for us. Last bank in the same area as Morgan Guaranty Trust. 15 goes to 79. 79 goes to no clue. That tells us to read something if we're at a different location. Which I think we already did. Okay, so nothing at the banks. I mean, we could walk around near Sue's house and see if there are any places that know her. Let's go to the mystery bookshop. Was that 94? Or no, 94 is the post office. Let's head uptown. I'm tempted to go to the Holography Museum just for fun, but it seems like there's not going to be anything there. So we're going to go 1, 2, or 1. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 2 more turns. And then we're going to walk into the garment district and check out the post office, which was 94. See if they know anything about this package he mailed. 94 says go to 42. 42 says no clue. Okay, nothing at the post office. Well, what do you think? Mystery bookshop? Shall we just give it a try since we've got some connections there? Mystery bookshop is at 136, which is probably a real place, but I've never been there. And where's 136? Looks like it's right. Should be around here somewhere, yeah. 136 is right there. So just one travel and a thing. I'll just move us down here. Okay, let's look at 136. 136 says to turn to 29. 29 says 117 or contact 74. So we've got stuff to read here. I mean, it's probably just flavor since we know people there. 117 and 74. So let's write down this bookstore, which was at 136. Let us to clue 117 and 74, which I take it we're supposed to look up. And if we look up 117 here, it says no clue. And if we look up 74, it says 84. So I'm just going to look up 117 to make sure it didn't want us to go here for the bookstore. Yes, it did want us to go here. That is very confusing. But okay. The clerk referred Ellery to a manager who was happy to discuss the mystery novels he had in stock. They had copies of all Karsten's books. They were French Kiss, Alpine Assassin, London Fog, Funeral in Berlin, Death in Paris. Notice these are places he traveled, right? He went to Berlin, he went to Paris. French Kiss appeared 5 years ago. Death in Paris was published less than 6 months ago. Sales of the new book, Death in Paris, were sluggish. It's like he's traveling to these places and they're real stories. Okay, well, we have a contact. So let's look up 74. See what our contact says. Sales on Thai Linnels are down. They used to be top sellers, but the last few just sat there. People want more believable heroes or really way out superheroes these days. Okay, just a little bit of flavor text. What are we missing? What have we overlooked? Part of the charm of these games is that, you know, in a modern game, you're like, okay, go talk to the woman again. Tell her that you found out about the drug deal. You can't do it. It's all the same. So now, what we would do in real life here is we would take a break, maybe for an hour, get something to eat, walk, and talk. But it's a little tricky on this live stream. So I mean, we have a tough choice to make. Do we just sit in front of the camera for an hour silently, thinking and looking? Or do we stop the stream and record a new one? All right, well, let's take a 10-minute break here and cogitate and think for a bit and decide how we're going to proceed. But I will let the audience decide. But we're going to take a 10-minute break. So let's just do that properly. Okay, we are back. We've had some time to think a little bit. We're 4 hours and 40 minutes on the air, approximately. So, a couple of points. First of all, we might know everything we need to know to solve the mystery, right? It's 4:30. The solution might be that he was currying drugs in his past. He was currying drugs with this woman, Sue. He became a famous author. She continued dealing drugs to Mexico and whatever. He got desperate to write about something and decided to write about his escapades as a drug courier. Sue finds out. Maybe she finds out some way we don't know about or whatever. She tells her other drug person who comes in from Mexico, Raul. They go and confront him. He lets her in because he's friendly with her. They yell. The neighbors hear her yelling. She says, "You can't write this book. Give us the manuscript." He says no. They stab him. They kill him. They realize he sent it to Hal, the agent. They go, the drug dealer goes and from Mexico goes and kills him and gets the book, and off he flies to Mexico with the transcript. So we may actually have enough to solve it. We won't know until we try. And I think, 5 hours is a reasonable time to play. So I think maybe we take a shot at it at some point. I would love to get better confirmation that it was Sue and maybe look around a little more. So I suggest we spend a little more time just wandering around Manhattan, and then maybe we take a chance and solve it. We're not gonna put it off for another day. We're gonna try to solve this case and get the full experience by the end of it. But maybe we'll play for another hour, just looking around and traveling to places and trying to chase down any leads. In other circumstances, I might, if I wasn't filming this, re-review all of the leads we followed and make sure we didn't overlook something, which there's a good chance we did. But I'm not going to do that for this because I think it would be a little too painful. But very loosely keeping track of turns here, I want to suggest we look at this book, this directory by location, by not worrying too much about turns or where things are, but just traveling to some places here. And maybe, like, if we do think it's Sue, and Sue lived in 213, which is, let's put another thing there. Sue is over here. So maybe if there are places nearby that sound interesting, we would give those higher priority. And then the bar that he met people at, I believe, was there at 179. So I'm sort of curious to look around there too. There are a couple areas I wouldn't mind tracking down. She's using as a cover, if it's true, that she's dealing with antiques or silver jewelry. So I want to check jewelry. I want to chase down the jewelry leads. I want to chase down possible computer. I don't know if I didn't see any real computer areas here. If Zach was on, he may remember in the 70s, it was more 70s than 80s, when we ordered an IBM PC, would have been in the 70s, late 70s, 78, 79. There were only a handful of real computer stores in Manhattan, and they were points of destination for a walk. So we used to walk up to McGraw-Hill, which is a bookstore that had lots of technical good books, computer books. And there was a computer store on 30-something Street on the east side that was great. There was a great computer store up there. And McGraw-Hill had an Apple Lisa. not the Mac, but the Lisa, and I used to go and drool over that computer. I've since come to hate Apple, but that's a separate story. So let's look if there are any, and also transportation. I feel like, boy, we got some real clues about his flight plans at the travel agent. And there was a weird thing about how he didn't like to fly, but he was flying, right? It's not that he was taking some other way of getting to places. But maybe some more transportation. So I just want to look at these places again. .208 was Adam's Apple. Where was the... Oh, Trax was the bar. 179. Yeah, that was up there. So maybe we'll look at nearby places to there. But let's just look through here. This is beating the dead horse, but that's sort of what this channel is about. He does have contacts at the 21 Club. I'm not sure why. 21 Club is at 146. That's not really near anyone either. Why would 21 Club is where sort of famous people... All right, drug dealers did hang out at the 21 Club, I believe. So let's make a trip to the 21 Club, which is 146. Just because he knows people, maybe they've heard something. Okay, we'll move this up. We'll move this up. We'll sort of be fuzzy about it. So the 21 Club, which was 146. 146 goes to 175. 175 says no clue, footnote 7, not relevant. Okay. Wow, what if someone, like if there was blood, then we might go to a hospital and see if someone checked in with an injury. But we don't think there's any blood, right? No one told us about any blood on the scene. You know, like frequently if someone uses a knife to kill someone, they end up cutting themselves. If you stab someone really hard with a knife, it slips, it cuts. It seems like they frequently are catching people with cuts. So if they killed him on the Upper West Side and got injured, and where did they kill our... Where is our... 120 was the agent, which was down around here. So here's where they killed the agent. Let's just put this here. Okay, so there's hospital. There's Bellevue at 116, which is where he might have gone if he got injured while he was stabbing this guy, and 117. And then there's 204, which is up here. So let's check these hospitals here. So we're just going to move, and we're going to check 116 and 117 for the unlikely chances that someone checked in. 116 goes to 10, which is no clue. 117 goes to 88, which is no clue. All right, no one checked into any hospitals. They stabbed him and just got off clean. We went to the post office. No sign of them there. If our guy from Mexico went and visited Sue, she's at 213. Did we mark that somehow there? So if she's at 213, there's housing, hotels, there's 221 is a hotel. That's pretty close by. Barbizon Tower is 218, right next door. Let's check 218 and 221 and see if our guy checked in. Now, this is cool detective work, whether this is relevant to our case or not. I still like it. So 218 is a hotel. Tells us to look up 38. 38 says no clue. And then the Mayfair Regent Hotel is 221. That's 68. 68 is also no clue. All right, so no one checked into those hotels. Don't see anything else. 155 is Allerton House for Women. It doesn't seem like that's going to be our guy. All right, well, I see other apartments, but they're not very relevant. Okay, what about jewelry? Tiffany and Carter, 142, 148. Where are they located relative to Sue? Pretty close. 142. So let's go in this area. We'll advance it again. Let's look up Tiffany. 142 says 116. 116 says 189. Do we have a expertise or contact? No. All right, so 116, 142. This is Tiffany's. So 189 it wants us to look up, but it's not clear if it wants us to look up 189 here or here, so we'll look up 189 here first. Although Ellery was the only customer among the rows of glittering rings and pendants, it was nearly a minute before a clerk appeared. No one at Tiffany had ever heard of Sue Rockland or her jewelry designs. All right, so maybe it's telling us that that's a front. Let's check out maybe that's a little hint that that's a front. All right, 148 tells us to go to 24. 24 tells us to go to 137. This looks like a misprint here too. This is actually says there's two 138s. This one should be a 137. And do the footprint? Yes, they do. The corrections tell us that. No one at Carter ever heard of Sue Rockland or her jewelry designs. Okay, so more evidence that Sue is our bad person and she's lying about her jewelry stuff. She's just trafficking. Okay. I think it's Sue. So let's go back and let's look at that description of Sue again and see if we can't pick up something. I mean, I'm not sure. Like, again, this is how these games work. We might have enough to solve it. The building where Sue Rockland lived had a guard at the entrance. Ellery stood there while the guard telephoned to inquire whether she wanted to let the author in. There was a long pause, then the guard waved us in. The apartment was nothing if not elegant. It was furnished with antiques and fitted out with the latest electronic toys. What is it trying to tell us, electronic toys? I mean, she's a drug dealer. She's watching MTV. He's not surprised that she's watching MTV. I don't know what that means. Maybe that's like the druggy life. Electronics and MTV. She's over 30, overweight. It's been years since she's seen him. He's married. She's run into him twice since we used to get together. I design things, jewelry and the like. I'm very artsy. Who would kill him? She says a lot of women. She's smoking. He was such a puppy dog. Sometimes you just had to hug him. I'm not sure what that's about. I pity the burglar panicked. It's almost like maybe the person she was with, the drug the drug Mexican guy panicked and killed him. Where were you on the night he was killed? Here, Adam's Apple. We know, we think that's why. She fell asleep after dinner. Maybe the doorman remembers when I came in. Anyone call you? Just Raul. He's gone back to Mexico. He brings me silver and gems for my designs. He called from the airport to say goodbye. I really have to get going now. It's a pity about Don, but it's not like I've seen him lately. Why don't you talk to his current girlfriend, Bambi, or something ridiculous like that? She could tell you more than I can. I haven't seen that creep in years. So here's a clue. She hasn't seen him in years, but she knows his current girlfriend. Like, how does she know that his current girlfriend's named Bambi if she hasn't seen him in years? That's a little fishy. Okay. Where else might we check out? I really like when we got to the federal court and they knew about the trafficker, Garcia, right? It almost felt like we should have stumbled on him some other way. Like, where would we have first learned his name? She says he's gone back to Mexico. She says she's gotten a call from him. We went to the travel agent. We know he's been all the way over Mexico. It feels like there should be some clue that would tell us a little bit more Mexico, like a Mexican embassy or something, but I just don't see it. Salvation Army, museum. Here's the Hayden Planetarium. Remember the Hayden Planetarium? Very cool planetarium in Manhattan. The Sounds of Brazil. I just feel like we should know about this, like the connection between Sue and Raul and the trafficker. I want something a little more than just the name Raul. There's a shop called The Complete Traveler at 126. That's pretty close to the office. Let's just check that out. The Complete Traveler, 126. 126 tells us to go to 68. 68 says no clue. Okay. There's all of these transportation places. Downtown Heliport. I'm just really like, all right, I'm going to travel us all the way down to look at some more of these things. I'll move us down 2 more turns. The turn might be valid for the end score. Like, how long did it take you to come up with this? What's the standard of proof in this game? We have no idea. It's a complete shot in the dark. It's a complete shot in the dark. It's basically you're on your own to decide when you've chased it down enough. But boy, I wanna make that last little connection between Raul and maybe the agent got killed in his office, right? Did someone see something? Is there not? Let's quickly check some of these transportations. I mean, I feel like if there was a cab, that would be a great place to get. Frequently in Sherlock Holmes, the cabbies know some information. Did the hospitals, we looked at the hotels, housing, media, missions. I'm going to look up some of these traveling places in case we're overlooking something. I'm just going to look up a bunch of them quickly. The heliport, did he take a helicopter somewhere? Oh, and tunnel. Like, these are real shots in the dark. Heliport. Penn Station. These are all just ways they could go in and out of the city, but airlines building, it doesn't look like. It doesn't look like it. Midtown Tunnel. Grand Central. I don't know, I mean, if you're a good detective, do you go chase all these down? Who are you going to ask? Port Authority, bus station, I mean, these are all places we've been, but there's just no passenger ship terminal. I mean, he was just lying, right? So here's the New York City passenger ship terminal, which is at 170. So we would have had to go, it's actually a little bit closer to where all the action is. Oh, it's up here near this. So if we travel here, I've looked at enough places, we're all the way here. So New York City passenger ship terminal brings us to 95, which says no clue, but footnote 3. Footnote 3 says read clue 143. So, did we already see clue 143? Ellery Lawrence here. I have some information for you. I couldn't talk before. Karstens was a courier for a narcotics ring, so just another way to get this information. He used to bring the stuff in, mostly cocaine and heroin, but he's been clean lately. He worked for a local dealer named Art Garcia. Not a nice fellow, so it's not Raul. It's a different person. Art Garcia. A local dealer named Art Garcia. Not a nice fellow. We suspected he might have knocked off Karstens, and we were looking for him. He was killed by a hit-and-run driver an hour ago. You might want to check with the drug task force officers in the federal building. I told them you might stop in, but I can't guarantee anything. Okay, well, he was a courier for a narcotics ring. He worked for Art Garcia, who we think might have killed him. So is that what happens? He works for a local dealer, Art Garcia, who the feds are tracking. They get word that he's publishing something. So maybe Garcia kills him, maybe gets the book, and then what? Do the big drug lords from Mexico come in and knock off our local drug dealer? Is it like a Scarface finale thing? Remember where they sent Sosa sends the non-English speaking guy to blow up the United Nations guy, and Tony's driving around in the car. Okay. One of my top 10 favorite movies of all time. Scarface. That's a pretty good scene, right? He's driving around the car. How good is that scene? and you're like, don't mess this up. That's the scene where you're like hoping for the death of kids because you don't want things to go wrong for the main guy. All right, that didn't really help us that much. I mean, it was important we tied up this loose end of Garcia. But now let's go look at that. Let's go read what the federal government people told us again. So that was 26, I think. 26 brought us to 79. 79 brought us to footnote 2. Entry 23. So 23 clue was federal. It's too bad that I can't read my notes, so it's not going to help us. Okay, so that was not right. 26, 26, 79, 79, entry 23, because it's not telling us here, it's telling us here. That's so stupid. Contact is 46, 46 and 58. So federal building is 46, 58. $46.58 and then possibly $143. $46 was Carson's smuggling drugs. Okay, and then because we know a little bit, we have contacts. We get a long description of Scott Wilson. Okay, we have had a tail on Garcia for several weeks. On the night Carstens was killed, he was in New Jersey collecting from his operators. We can't think of any reason he would order Carstens' murder. We've had taps and bugs on Garcia's for weeks. Carstens was never mentioned. So I think that first thing that we saw, our detective was saying it might have been Garcia, but this is saying no. They were tapping his lines. He didn't mention him, and he was in New Jersey. What was Carstens' connection to Garcia? Your author friend uses travel as a cover to bring in quantities of pure heroin and cocaine. We've known about it for several years. We didn't arrest him. We were hoping to nail Garcia. We actually tried once, but he must have gotten spooked and passed the dope to someone else. He was clean. He often traveled with a woman companion. Now with Carson instead, we have to wait for a successor. We'll pick up as much of the operation as hasn't disappeared already. Who was the woman? No definite ID. She changed her appearance. We suspect it was the same woman. They never sat together on the flights or spoke in the airports. He didn't even suspect her. We didn't suspect her until the arrest was blown. Soon after that, he quit making the run. Guess too much money writing books. I didn't think there was that much narcotics coming through Europe. Most of this came through Mexico from Colombia, Garcia's home. He was probably fronting for some of the heavies down there. So it does sound like it was Raul flying in. But I think so if the question asks who killed it, it wasn't the local drug dealer Garcia. It had to be Sue and Raul, but we don't know the details of that. And why did it want us to read 143? Oh, that was the same that was the same thing about the guy telling us to check with the federal task force. Well, we're running out of stuff to do here, guys. It's interesting that the drug dealer got killed. The local drug dealer got killed. It does sound like maybe, no, Sarah. Maybe our woman called in the big heavies from Mexico and they came in. They came in to clean up loose ends. Let's see if the audience has anything else we'd like to do before. Zach says, I say it's Sue. Let's win. Uh-huh. What did they do with the knives, the daggers? I would like to see the scene of the murder of the agent again. So 120 went to 10. 10 said 115. So 178 and 12. So it's 12 pretty much. Oh, we wouldn't let it in. 178. Carson's agent's office was strewn with papers and manuscripts. Ellery wondered how anyone made sense of the chaos, how Kirkwood had a harassed look, shaking his head. The critics have gotten to the point where they don't even reveal. And this is just before he was killed. So the death of our guy was one of our timed things. So it was either 126 or 136. Of course, it could have been here 126 or 136. So 148 or 171. So here's where when the guy died. How Kirkwood was dead. He was murdered in his office. He had been stabbed several times in both the back and chest. There were some signs of a struggle. The murder occurred late at night. Unfortunately, there was no security in the large building, and Kirkwood's secretary had left at 5 p.m. as usual. The police didn't know what to make of it, but they found the wrapping from a brown paper parcel in the wastebasket. The contents had been rectangular and about 3 inches thick. He mailed the package. They could find nothing. All right, so if we think about answering this, if we try to anticipate it, we're going to say that he was in contact with Sue. We know from the wife that he was in contact with Sue regularly. He says because she was having troubles, but whether it was because she was really having troubles or blackmailing him or whatever, maybe he was just getting drugs from her. How's that for a theory? After he stopped currying drugs, maybe she was his contact to buy drugs. So he goes out with her and he slips that he's going to write this book. She calls the big shots. They try to pressure him into it, to not doing it. He says, I already sent the manuscript. It's too late. They kill him. They delete the files from his computer. They kill him. They go stake out either they or just the other guy, maybe not Sue. And they kill the agent, and they get the book. It is a reasonable theory that I'm willing for us to take a bet on. I would just love to nail down a little bit more about that Raoul fellow. We're sort of operating on just a name and very little else. I'm almost ready to take a shot at it. Let's look a little bit more. Her neighborhood is 213 on the east side. I happen to like the Upper East Side. It's calmer, not so many people. Nice big giant sidewalks. Nice museum. If I had the money, that's where, and I was going to live in New York, that's where I'd live, on the Upper East Side. Okay. We checked out the hospital. What's Maxwell's Palm? Just reading the description of places in this neighborhood where she lived to see if there's anywhere. We did look up 202. That's a Pan American Metroport. It's right near her house. We looked up 202. I'm sure we did. 148. 148, no clue. Queensboro Bridge is 201. 173. 173, yeah. So we're spending more time just looking these places up. There's a restaurant. Expensive restaurant. It's a nice Abigail Adams Museum. Private club for professional women. Barbizon Tower is a hotel. I think we checked them all, but it says it's no longer just for women. So let's check out and make sure you didn't stay there at 38. No. Hunter College, Mayfair Hotel, the finest hotel. Sure, we looked up that. 68. I mean, he had to stay somewhere, right? This is how you catch the criminals. If you go watch one of my other top 5, top 10 movies, called The Day of the Jackal, they do some real detective work in France to track down the killer. You gotta go to all the hotels. You get the registrations for the last 2 days. You find out everyone who checked in. You run down every lead. He's got to stay somewhere, right? If he's real. What if he's not real? Like, you got to have some evidence that this guy, Raul, made this phone call, right? I mean, can we get her records? Her phone records? I mean, I'd like some proof that this guy really... He says he called from the airport. Why can we not get these records? I want to get records on phone records, and then I just want to see if there's any computer shop. There should be in 86, but I'm not sure there is. But I'm going to... I think I looked at the phone records places, but... she's got all the technology. Probably has a satellite phone in those days or something. Where did we find the phone records? Public baths, restaurants, theaters, shops. Where did we find the phone companies? I know we found them, and I can't remember if we checked all of them. I know we checked 1 or 2. Can the chat help out here? I think the chat may be calling it a night. It's a good thing we have someone in the chat who's not in America with different hours, because I have a feeling my American friends are long asleep. Post office. Bars. Any bars near her? We we did the tracks. We did Adams, Apple, Boom Street Bar. That's all downtown. She wouldn't have been there. I mean, you could argue like all of this is wasted time. Okay, and the laptop is freaking out for power. So we're going to take another 5-minute break. I'll just plug her in here. 5-minute break. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Okay, and we are back. Let's turn off the sound on the laptop here. All right, so I think we're getting ready to wrap up here. We've got our only listener saying he can only be here for another half hour. So we're about to wrap up. I was looking just for last places we might look. I was hoping I could get some phone records. I only see the two places that are communication, which is 32 phone company and 56, which I'm sure we looked at both of those. 56 was 6. 6 was no clue. So I can't think of anything else to look at, and anything else. If the Mexican person traveling in, we see no evidence of him. There's no airlines. So I think we're going to have to try to solve it. All right, you ready? But now, this is going to be, this is new to us. So the rule says when we're ready to solve it, sooner or later, enough clues are read that you think you find the solution to the question posed in the introduction. And our introduction, I don't think it really posed anything, did it? No, it didn't. Our actual introduction doesn't pose anything. It doesn't tell us what questions we're trying to answer. We're just trying to figure out what happened. So now we just read our solution, and then if you were playing as a team, only one would look at. So we have at the back our solutions. It's here. There's the solution. It's mirrored, so we need a mirror to read it. Although we can kind of read it without a mirror, but it would be easier to take a photo of it and reverse it. But I'm not sure I'm technically skilled enough to remember how to reverse an image with the laptop. But we could maybe give it a try. This laptop is, to be honest, without the physical buttons on it, I don't really understand how to make it go back. So we'll try this for a couple seconds. This is what you call an ignominious end. Yeah, come on guys. You're not seeing any of this, you're just seeing this. All right, so how do I get this to go away? How do you get it to show the screen? How do you get it to go to your main menu? It's kind of ridiculous, isn't it? It used to be that the Android tablets had physical buttons. It used to be that there were physical buttons that you could use to go to the home screen. There must be something that probably people know that I don't know. Some way that you... Oh, there we go. You just swipe down. Okay, so if we go to gallery... Okay, so let's... What we want is we want camera. We want to take a photo of this ending. Like that. Okay. And now, sorry I didn't do this during the break here. Okay, and that didn't want to do it, so, oh, there it is, okay. All right, so there it is. Now, the question is there an option? I'm not sure why there would be an option to flip it. But is there an option to flip it? Set as wallpaper or details. Okay, we're not going to do it. I'm going to get us a mirror, and we're just going to do it the old-fashioned way. All right, so here we go, guys. Wow, Rebecca Minnick is back online. I don't know if I should have said the last name. Here we go. I've got the mirror, and wait, it doesn't. There's got to be an easier way to do this, right? We're going old school here. All right. When the police arrested Sue Rockland, they found the missing book. Do we need to say? We've gone over what we think happened, right? We think it's Sue, and she's drug dealing with him before, and then she brought in the... We think she killed with... maybe other people should say now. We know Sue was involved, but do you think Sue killed him alone? Or did she have help from the Mexican guy who flew in? We didn't find any evidence of that Mexican guy, but it feels like would she really have done it all herself? All right, you guys, this is your chance to say what you think happened before I did it. I really wish I could flip this so you could see it. I guess next time. All right, you ready? You've gotten your votes in? This is like teasing it too much. Where are my glasses? You poor guys have stuck with this whole thing. Okay, just go for it. Here we go. All right. When the police arrested Sue Rockland, they found the missing book. It certainly lived up to Karsten's claims. He had written a slightly fictionalized but very detailed account of his career as a smuggler. In it, he mentioned names and places, including Rockland, Garcia, a few names that Ellery suspected would interest Wilson. Rockland was the mysterious woman who traveled with Don on all his runs or was seen occasionally with him around New York, which we thought. In this way, she was able to maintain her luxurious... when he retired, she took over the business. Okay, that's what we thought. She was still dealing drugs. In this way, she was able to maintain her luxurious lifestyle, paying for that MTV cable subscription. Somehow, she had heard about the manuscript. Okay, so this was we weren't sure if we need to know how she discovered. Maybe Don even mentioned it to her that evening. She was upset. I think he was getting her drugs from her, his personal drugs. Okay. She was upset and they argued. That's what we thought. She was the woman arguing. That was the argument that the neighbors overheard. She had found the receipt for the postage, but not the book. Okay, so we thought maybe he had coughed up that he sent it. But it says she found the receipt. She arrived at his office soon after the post office delivered the book to Don's unfortunate agent. Kirkwood had opened the package. Rockland killed him to ensure silence in case he already knew her secret. Ellery decided maybe Garcia's killing was an accident, or perhaps he heard about the murders and shot off his mouth to Rockland. There was no evidence to tie her into his death. The manuscript and a positive ID from the grateful narcotics people were enough to get an indictment. They even found one of Don's antique knives in a drawer. It explained how she had known Don was stabbed in the back, when none of the news stories described the murder in such detail. And it says snow is the nickname for cocaine. So it sounds like when we talked to her, she may have said like he got stabbed in the back and she shouldn't have known that information. So that's on us that we missed that. All right, one little paragraph left here. It says snow is the nickname for cocaine. I don't know, maybe she mentioned snow or something. Lynn was relieved. She called a few days later to say Sharon Allenton had called. Lynn forwarded the manuscript and the publisher liked it. With all the free publicity, they were rushing Don's last book into print. Ellery never bothered to read it. He couldn't even be bothered to read the true book. All right. So there is the answer. And we're going to just stretch out a second, and then if you guys have to leave, otherwise I'm going to talk a little bit about it and how it compares to Sherlock Holmes and a couple of the things that came up. But there was the solution. So essentially we had it mostly solved quite a while ago. However, there was the question of, did she do it alone or not? Now, okay, so everyone can go stretch and get a drink. It didn't penalize us for how long we took. There were lots more narrative stuff we could have learned. I wish we had been able to go to more museums. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about that ending and how satisfying it was or not. Now, when Greg and I have talked about Sherlock Holmes, in Sherlock Holmes, when you read the solution, it asks you some questions. When you read a solution, the solution says that here's how Sherlock Holmes figured it out, and here's how many turns it took him. And usually he can solve it in like 5 turns, and he just makes these perfect deductions, and he solves it. And you're supposed to judge yourself how well you did by comparing to how well he did. How long did it take you? Greg finds that very frustrating. I just completely ignore it. I don't care. I don't buy the idea of trying to worry about how long it takes you to do it. I think for me, it's is the process enjoyable? And that part of the way these games work is that if you care about a score, you could try to jump to a conclusion very early and say, okay, I solved it in 10 turns. I did great. I think of it more as like an endurance race. You go until you run out of energy, and the challenge is to maintain your endurance for long enough to run down all the leads and really hammer it out. Part of the bargain you make with that approach, though, is that you eventually are getting diminishing returns on your work. And you can't get mad at the game for the fact that you spent an hour chasing down leads that didn't go anywhere. You have to think of it like a real detective, and that's, you put in the work, and sometimes you spend days and don't get anything. So for me, that doesn't bother me. Now, the second part of these games that happens in Sherlock Holmes and happened here is you're given a solution. In this solution, Sue did it all by herself, right? And Garcia, the local drug lord, his death was an accident. Or actually, it was interesting because in this end, it actually said, or maybe he blabbed to Sue and Sue killed him. Now, some of the Sherlock Holmes adventures have this same feeling where I read the solution, I'm like, I like my explanation better. In this case, I think it's perfectly reasonable to say what really happened was that she called her drug dealer in Mexico, the cartel. They sent someone to clean up loose ends and get that book. And she obviously had to accompany them because they had to get into his apartment somehow. But I prefer to think that Sue, this woman, probably didn't kill these 2 guys on her own. Probably the hitman from the Mexican cartel accompanied her, said, you're going to do this with me or you're going to get killed next. He killed him, killed the agent with Sue with him or not. And then they knocked off that local drug dealer, Garcia, as well. I like that story a little bit better, that ending, and it's perfectly reasonable and it doesn't bother me. It's even more amusing to think that maybe Ellery and the local police, you know, the cartel got away with this because they're blaming Sue and it's really the cartel. So that was our case. It looks like it took us about 5 hours and 5.5 hours of filming. It was fun to travel around New York, Manhattan. I'm not so sure it would be as fun if it was a city that I didn't know. I love the Sherlock Holmes feel of place. And this didn't quite have it, but it had a little bit of it. Had a little bit of it. There were a couple things in there that were just narrative for flavor and theme that were kind of cool. The mechanics that are new in this game from Sherlock Holmes. This triple lookup, not good. It's one of the reasons there's a couple threads on BGG of people getting completely lost and confused. And it is easy to get lost and confused. You're looking up numbers and numbers, so not only do you have to do this 3-step lookup, but it's very easy to get the column wrong and then be looking up at the wrong numbers, and this whole footnotes and typos and the fact that the first clue is a clear typo, just bizarre and overly complicated for no reason. And the separate booklets thing of Sherlock Holmes is much, much better of a system. So that is a clear miss, no benefits to it. I guess mechanically, a benefit is that they don't have to reproduce the same paragraph in 5 different cases if the paragraph is just a flavor text about like you walk into this place and see it. They can reuse it, but not so good. Now the other thing they added was this contacts and expert stuff. That was actually a little more interesting. It wasn't more gamey. You know, it's not like you decide in the beginning which detective am I going to bring on this case because of their unique skills. But it was kind of a fun little treat when you had a certain expertise in a certain area. And it did make us go to certain places. But it adds a little luck element. Like if you get someone who's specialized in the arts and theater on this case, then you wouldn't get some of that extra information. I did like the level of, I liked the events. I don't remember any of that in any of the Sherlock Holmes cases. There may be some that I don't know about. But I really did like the events. That's a little Chronicles of Crime feature that we love. And the fact that they put it in this game was nice. You could see it wasn't so carefully balanced for clues. But there was a cool thing where if you get to this place too late after this guy's dead, then you wouldn't get certain information. So that I really liked. And it makes it feel more dynamic. Would I play another case? I might be willing to play another case if someone else was interested in the historical value of it. It would be nice to do a case that was downtown more in Soho and check out the Holography Museum. But then again, it is an old system and it was nice, but it didn't have the Sherlock Holmes gives you occasionally an amazing feeling of being back in time into this completely different way that people talk and live. And this was, even though it's 30 something years old, it didn't feel all that different than modern times. So the thrill of being in a different time with different people who do different things and act differently with different norms and different culture wasn't quite there. So without the thrill of going back to New York City, I'm not sure it would pay off. So I would rate this under the Sherlock Holmes games. If you love New York City and you grew up, the actual book talking about every neighborhood and all the different places is wonderful. If they put as much time and effort into the clues, if every single place you went to, instead of saying no clue, it had like a good paragraph describing like what it was like inside this place. Like if you go to Washington Square Park and you got a nice description of Washington Square Park and the drug dealers where we used to go to buy drugs from Washington Square Park. If there was a more flavor, then it might be even more compelling to go to some of these places. But it is fun to revisit. So maybe as a historical experience, as a one-time historical experience, I'd give this an 8. An 8. It's hard to find another game like this. Another way to scratch that itch of going back to 1980s Manhattan. I wouldn't really recommend it though for anyone not in that unique position, but I could see playing another game just to get a feel for it. I did like the sort of level of mystery and stuff. So an 8. An 8 as an experience. You could even go higher as a unique one-time experience. And if you're still watching, or if you watch this sometime in the future, you're curious about this game, it's a rickety old system with some bugs. But, you know, it's pretty cool as a little slice of New York City. And we'll end there. It was good spending the time with you guys. And we'll see you next time. If you enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing to us on YouTube and becoming a Patreon supporter if you want to see more of these long form videos. Hopefully Greg will be back for the next one. The other thing is, one of the reasons that I played this tonight is so that we can get a more comprehensive picture of all of these detective games and hopefully do a sort of roundup of the connections, the commonalities, and the differences in all of these detective games, whether it's Sherlock Holmes or this one, and Chronicles of Crime, and the Detective of Modern Board Game, and Detective City of Angels, etc. There's a whole suite of these, and it's interesting to see the connections. So, thanks for joining me, and we'll see you next time, and hopefully Greg will be back next time. We'll see.